What's going on? What's going on? Welcome, welcome. It's showtime. It's showtime. Uh, my voice is still a little raspy. That's okay. I'm gonna call it my rap voice for now. Whenever I get into artist mode, I'm gonna flip with this voice though. But I feel good. Do not be in the chat screaming for ginger, honey, and all the remedies that I've already heard already. Do not do it. Do not do it. I've heard them all last night, all of them. So don't be trolling me. It will not work. We come here for the conversation. But I will admit this, my voice sounds really cool right now. Yeah, yeah. Kind of like it. I'm going to see if I can get my voice altered like this for the future. But the bad news is I'm out of water. So I'm a little depressed, but that's okay. That's okay. That's okay. We're gonna have this conversation. I will have to rely on all of the good people to make up for the deficiencies of my voice. Okay, but it is kind of cool. It's kind of cool. I'm gonna run with it. What's going on? What's going on? Who we got in here? We got trolling Q or lazy girl Q. Okay, we know you in here. MS Best, what up? Look, headlines with a voice. Boy, is that not fitting? There could be nothing more fitting than that. Um, the boogeyman is here. What's going on, boogeyman? Got my guy Cheeky in the building. Sal, what up? Kojak, I seen Big Bad Bull in here. So we know people hiding. We got CC in here from the UK. Yeah, it's gonna be one of them shows. Is that Mark? Yeah, that's Mark. What up, Mark? Uh I was gonna go live tomorrow, but I know Q's going live, and I've been pushing this conversation, this show off for a minute. So I said we just gonna dive right into it. I don't want to delay the conversation while it's fresh on my mind and all that good stuff. What's going on though? What's going on? You didn't lost your voice. Technically, I still have a voice. It's my voice is damaged, so it's not lost. It's just um, it's just altered or damaged. But I'm good. I'm not sick. I've taken all the tests, so just assume I'm using auto tune. Okay, it's giving me raspy vibes. That's right. We could argue that I went through puberty. One could argue that I went through puberty. So that's what it is. Mm. Yeah, yeah, I know it's misspelled, but I can fix that later. It wasn't a big deal to me. Um, boy, I tell you, you YouTube people don't miss nothing. Oh man. Well, I know y'all wondering what the conversation is about. So I'm gonna take you to the conversation. What's going on, Chelsea? Often when we talk about the state of the black community, right? We talk about the plight that is difficult to overcome, right? We tend to harken back to the days when we had great leaders, phenomenal leaders, right? And the one that everybody seems to want to speak on is Malcolm X, right? Malcolm X is famous for wanting to separate from the other groups so that we could sustain ourselves, right? And a lot of you guys actually agree with that. A lot of you guys actually agree that before we integrated, we were stronger, we were more successful, uh, we were more dependent on our own abilities. And because of that, that has inspired this particular show. Now, I actually do somewhat agree with that in the sense of that is the most people like to talk about Black Wall Street, Roseville, all that good stuff, right? When we were Black owned, Black operated, Black people together, right? Uh, well, the thing about that is we don't have to limit that into one context. Over the last few days, weeks, we've been having a lot of conversation about men and women. I do not have a code, okay? I'm actually good. It's just I you know what? I'm not about to keep explaining this to you crazy people. Me 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 and Cheeky been having a conversation about why. Why do they want to continue this dynamic, right? And so today, I'm hoping to find out why. So, for example, I think it's important that in order for there to be elevation, it may require separation. Uh, Man says separating from other groups makes sense when we were segregated. The mindset doesn't work in 2023. Well, I'll argue this, Man. We are segregated in the United States now. Most Black people grow up with Black people. Most white people grow up with white people. Most Hispanic people grow up with Hispanic people. The large majority of us do not grow up with each other. We intercede. We meet each other at school and in the workforce. Outside of that, it's very much segregated, if you really want to be honest. We're not as multicultural as we pray that we are. Or I shouldn't say pray, but that we say that we are. It's not actually true. But I do agree with what you're saying. But as I watch it play out in real life in real time, it's a lot of segregation. Sometimes we don't use race, we use class, we use other things, um, geographics, etc. But we are very much separated people in a lot of ways. And the reason why this conversation has come to this halt, right, is because I want to say Thursday. And it's not just Thursday, but on Thursday, me and Cheeky did a stream. Very, very fun stream, by the way, for us at least, in which we had a conversation about sleeping your way to the top, in which we discussed how it's much more likely and easier for women to do so. And when they do, they sometimes exceed the person that they slept with, which is almost not existing for men, right? So there's been a lot of how would I say? There's been a lot of conversations about dynamics, men, women, CEOs, opportunity, etc. Right? And I'm gonna be honest with you. I've heard the plight of women a lot, and what their favorite saying is this: "We deserve opportunity." Uh, Tell your barber stop shaping your eyebrows. They don't shape my eyebrows. They're naturally this way. I've been getting teased like this since I was in like probably kindergarten. It's normal. But I can tell them to start shaping it if you want. All right. So I think it's important that we start to have this real conversation. There's a plight of women in the workforce when they're talking about wages, experience, leadership, job, power, etc. Right, and it's causing a huge issue for a lot of men in a lot of ways. And Cheeky played a video. He played a video the other stream where this woman said, "Oh well, deal with it," basically, right? As far as, and I might have him come up and play it, where she kind of just talk about, women been dealing with this for a long time anyway, right? So the reason I highlight that is that we understand there's differences between men and women, and we accept that. But what I've noticed is that there's a stronghold on women trying to remain aligned with men. And when it comes to women's nature, we have a much more accepting of their nature, but we tend to combat and defy the man's nature all the time. Well, I want to make a change to that, right? A lot of women say that they can do the same things men can do. They say they want equality, right? They say they want equal opportunity. They say they want leadership positions. Well, let's just be honest. It's hard to separate who you are at work and from your home life. It's hard to leave as the CEO and go back home to being a wife. It's a very difficult thing to do. The same thing with men. It's hard to not be a leader in the workplace and then come home and be the leader. It's not the easiest thing to do. That's why these leadership men, these leaders are very much coveted by women. So, well, Robin, just be quiet and listen, Robin. So, what I am suggesting is that I think at this point, it has become apparent that in order for women to lead and in order for women to get power, we need to we need to segregate the workplace. Yeah, men don't no longer want to work in a place where they have to be subjected to things that they wouldn't be subjected to just being amongst men. Men want to say vulgar things in the workplace amongst men. We like to do that from time to time. And y'all ain't gotta like it, but if y'all weren't there, we do it, right? And women want to be able to go to work and not wear makeup. And we want to give you that power. We want you to be able to go to work and not feel the pressure of the man and having to wear makeup. We want to be separate from y'all. We want to work in our own workplaces. Y'all work in your own workplaces. Y'all have y'all leadership roles in your companies. We'll maintain it in ours, right? Uh, and I want to say, shout out to B9. I appreciate that, bro. I want to say, I think it will be increasingly difficult for women to get leadership and power roles from men as long as men are in the workplace. We're just not designed that way. Um, and what you're going to find in this conversation is like what Cece said. She don't like working with women. I actually expected you to say that, right? See, men are not going to say that. We like working with men. But it actually goes on to prove my point, and I think Cheeky's point is y'all don't just want leadership roles. Y'all want to dominate men. Because if y'all just want to be a leader, you can start a company, lead a whole bunch of women, and you got the CEO role, the CFO role, everything top down is controlled by women. But truthfully, y'all just want power over men and y'all disguising it as equality. But some of us men are very, very observant and we can see that. We can see it. And so before we even get to that point, we're just going to let you have your power in your companies. We're not going to come intrude and say, oh, you can't wear a skirt or you can't wear this or that. You can wear whatever you want amongst your women. Wear whatever you want. And you can be the CEO, the boss of everything. We won't care. We won't get involved. You got it. Just leave us alone. But I think what you're going to find out is y'all don't even like women. And y'all keep men in the workplace to manipulate them because y'all realize y'all can't manipulate other women. See, Q comes on here all the time and says, I can't tell women what to do. They don't listen. But I can tell you this, y'all women know how to manipulate men. That's why y'all want us to stay in the workforce with you. That's why y'all want to keep getting these lawsuits and all these opportunities, wage gap arguments. You pay your workers. But I think you're going to find that you've been using men and making us feel bad about being men. Talking down to why men are so bad. Well, you're going to get an opportunity. You've always had it to be a leader and prove that you want equality of opportunity and all this good stuff. Well, you can. You just don't have to lead over men. You don't have to lead over us. Lead over the women. But I'm guessing you don't want that. I'm guessing what you really want to do is try to find a way to get control over men. See, what I've noticed is that when we talk about equality, right? I see a whole bunch of stuff like this. You know what that says? It says the future is female. It says the future is female. Now, I'm not saying it's not. I'm not saying it's not female, right? You guys can determine that. But that ain't equality. That's a statement. That's a very big statement. And men see right through this stuff. We see how you're trying to use us as a stepping tool to try to manipulate us, to maintain some type of control, and we not giving it. No, we not giving it. Oh, Q, I know that. That's the point. You know, this patriarchy statement that women like to throw out there. And toxic masculinity and the men at the top are all evil and all these things with their power. I'm just going to guess. Why do women want power? Why do women want leadership positions? It ain't just the money. It ain't just the money. It's an actual question of power. It's an actual question of power. And we're going to play this video here to highlight power dynamics, just for you guys to truly understand. And for my mods, if you keep seeing people talk about what I should drink, just go ahead and time them out. Because I done had about enough of the same statements: ginger, lemon, honey. I've heard it all. All right. At this point, you just sit in timeout. Okay. Let us play the video.
Historian and politician Lord Acton famously said, "Power tends to corrupt, and absolute power corrupts absolutely. Great men are almost always bad men." But how true is that? Examples of twisted psychology is the brutal 1971 Stanford prison experiment. Hand a bunch of regular college-age guys power without reservations and things turn very dark very quickly. But what was it about being given power that changed these young men so fast? Does power really corrupt, or is it in human nature to dominate completely when in a position of privilege?
So that's key right there. Does power truly corrupt, or does when you're in a position of privilege, it just happens? Or is it just perceived that way? Why do women want these same positions of power? If they're saying the men that they hate have that power, why do they want it? Why do they want it? What happens when you receive power? Since y'all say the men that have it are so bad and evil, what do we think you're going to do with it?
Dr. Keltner, professor of psychology at the University of California, Berkeley, believes that empathy and social intelligence have been shown to be important in acquiring power. But these skills seem to be the first to go when actually in a position of power. This is called the power paradox. Keltner's research shows that when in groups, humans tend to promote socially intelligent and empathetic people to positions of power, that we're actually wary of people who seem too self-serving and opportunistic. So we're pretty good at spying who is unfit for power and tend to rally around someone who really does want what's best for the group. Unfortunately, once that person is given power, things seem to go a little wrong. Some wonder, does power corrupt or do the corrupt seek power? It's more the former, according to a study in the journal Leadership Quality. Researchers analyzed people's potential for corruption by judging some of their personality traits like honesty. Then through a series of experiments, gave people varying degrees of power over dividing up an amount of money. The people in positions of higher power tended to make more anti-social choices than those in a lower position of power, even though beforehand everyone agreed that the pro-social choices were the best. But what's interesting in this study is that the researchers in one of the experiments introduced a time crunch. When under pressure from time, even the more honest participants fell down a more corrupt path.
So that's key. Even the most honest people, when stressed, when pressure is on them, they have a proclivity to lean towards corruption. But this is the access that you want. This is the power that you're requesting. Why? Why do you want this said power? Tell us. What is the reason? Since men are so evil and they've had this power for so long, if you want equality, why do you want these leadership roles and authority over men? Why?
But it's not just the top dogs that are corrupt. People stuck in the middle can act horribly too. So think of a prison guard. They have almost no status, but a lot of power. Because of this, according to a study published in the Journal of Experimental Social Psychology, guards are much more likely to act corruptly. To test this, researchers assigned students to either a high status title, idea producer, or a low status title, worker. The students then told other students to perform from a list of 10 tasks. Some were pretty demeaning, like bark like a dog 3 times. The researchers found that students in low status roles were more likely to make their fellow participants do the more demeaning tasks, concluding that being in a low status position just makes us feel bad about ourselves, but controlling someone else helps alleviate some of those bad feelings. So there does seem to be something about power that makes us behave in not the nicest of ways, and it also goes to our heads. According to a study published in the journal Psychological Science, researchers found that people in power suffer from an illusion of control.
Now, haven't we always heard, I don't want a man I can walk over. I want a man with a backbone. When women are in possession of power, they have a history of being destructive. Whether you like to admit it or not, they do it with their own men. The man that they say they love, all these things. So they tend to want a leader to take those decisions out of their hands, to say, hey, I know I'm going to be mean to the nice guy, which makes no sense. None at all. Do the nice guy grimy, but the bad guy gets the respect. It makes no logical sense, but if you're in power, how you operate with it. You seek to get the power. Why? Why do women want this power? Why do you want these leadership roles? Why? What is it?
In a simple experiment, the researchers assigned people into groups, some with high power positions such as manager. Then they were asked to predict the outcome of rolling a pair of dice. But when confronted with the option to roll the dice themselves or let someone else do it, every single person in the high power group wanted to roll the dice themselves, compared to less than 70% of people in lower positions. Basically, they believed they could control the outcome of something, even something as random as a roll of a dice. So while the roll of a dice isn't that big of a deal, such a mindset could have huge implications for life and death matters, like the outcome of a corporate merger or war. And according to another study, also published in the journal Psychological Science, people in positions of power tend to overestimate their own height. People who feel powerful literally feel taller. So, what should we do as a society? Well, authors from the study in the Journal of Experimental Social Psychology said find ways for all individuals, regardless of the status of their roles, to feel respected and valued, because respect assuages negative feelings about their low status roles and leads them to treat others positively. And the authors of the Leadership Quality Study say that it's more simple than that. Organizations should limit how much leaders can drink from the seductive chalice of power. Speaking of people who are drunk on power, have you ever met somebody who had a God complex? What is that even? Amy checks it out in this video right here.
It's an obsessive preoccupation with status and power that gives NPD the moniker God complex. But that confidence is typically a veneer masking such cripplingly low self-esteem that the slightest criticism can lead to a complete breakdown.
So how do you think you would behave if you had power? Let us know down in the comments below. Don't forget to hit those like and subscribe buttons and keep coming back to D News.
I say that to say it's a power play. It's a very much power play, and men don't want to get involved with you guys' power play. You deserve it. You absolutely deserve to lead your own companies, have control over your people. Because if you just want leadership, that's easy. We got our workforce over here, we got our jobs over here, and you get your leadership. You get your leadership, but you ain't gonna take it from us. No deal. We not conceding power for it to give you power over us. There's no need to, because that power is what you want. These CEO positions, these high power corporate jobs, you can have them just in your own companies. And listen, we won't intrude. We will not bring our vulgar, mannish ways and make snidey comments. We'll leave you alone for you guys to operate and perform at the highest levels. And in return, you leave us alone. You let us work separate from y'all, and y'all work with women. The women that y'all been saying men are toxic, women can do these jobs. We need an all girl company. We need a board of all women. You got it. You absolutely can have it. But I'm guessing that when men are not there for you to manipulate in the workforce, and you have to deal with women that won't let you manipulate them, you'll tend to struggle. You'll tend to be able to realize men ain't never been the issue. Men ain't never been the problem. You've been using us. You've been using us as a crutch. You've been using us as a crutch, as if we're really your impediment. We're not. And to prove it, all you have to do is work with all women and prove to us that they're actually not manipulative and that women are just honorable workers and that they may not be the cause of a lot of these issues in the workplace, but I would argue that they are. So I would ask you, do you think this is a good idea? Do you agree that we should separate? And if not, why do you want to stay in the workforce with men? Why? You tell me. Why? Oh, why? Cheeky Batter, what do you think?
Again, I think what we covered on Thursday kind of ties into today, which is why whenever we make a suggestion or have a solution be to actually separate, you start to realize they don't want to do that, right? Because like you said, when we mentioned it, it's always, well, that I don't think that's a good idea. It's like, well, if men are the problem, if you X them out, then that means that women would be the solution, right? Just simple mathematics. I'm not like a math major. I know Jonathan Barronville is in the chat. Maybe he can help us with the equation of complications and issues. So if Xing out men equals success in a safe environment for women, why not do it? And the answer is manipulation. Who are we going to sleep with to get to the top if we don't want to work? Who are we going? Our outcomes. Who are we going to blame them on? Like that's what the X is for. Like what are we going to do if it all comes down that we're just not good workers or leaders? Like who can we do? What can we blame? And the answer is nobody but themselves. And I think that's kind of the issue, right? Unlike black people, All right, black people have always pointed out during this economic time, and I pointed this out too. I've covered the show that black people were more successful during segregation and instead of integration. So at least with black people can go, you know what? We should have integrated. We had everything we need, but this integration made us softer. Actually, there's some level of some level of results to point back to. But with this situation, there isn't. And I think maybe we should explore it to see if that's a problem. I think maybe that's the issue that we're having is we have yet to explore this option. And I think we should, because I think women are more than capable. I think women are intelligent. I think they're autonomous. I think they're able to handle power to a degree, right? So what best environment to do or to make sure that work than a business environment or an environment full of them on their own, right? Because women are better than men in so many different cases. They're more educated. There's a lot. The stats are coming out that y'all are kind of better. So why not put all the superior beings in one area and let them thrive in that way? I think that works.
I would agree. I think that they've been saying they want equality. They can do these jobs. But to me, I've been noticing they want to do it at a detriment of men. Like, they don't just want the jobs. They want to make sure they got the job over you. They want to enforce their power over you. And so I think they should probably apologize to the men and acknowledge we've been way more than we've welcomed them, and we've made way more adjustments than they would make, even for other women. Because you can clearly see they don't even want to work with other women. The second I say, hey, get your own, all women, they said no. They don't want to do that. But see, a lot of men are construction workers. Most of the time, they only see men on the site anyway. They really ain't going to have no problem. They take that deal easy. But women have not worked in a space when there are no men around. No men to blame and say toxic boss, or my boss makes me feel like, I might have to do this or that. You get to do everything on your own merit. And you do it being the leaders of other women. But can you do it? And will they do it? And see, oh, really? Oh, they've done it? Yes, they had during the war. No. The men were not also occupying the workforce at that time. We're talking about concurrently happening. You running your Fortune, I would say 20,000 company, because you're probably not going to break the fives, right? It's probably going to be like 20,000 men at the top companies, and then some ladies might squeak in at the bottom, right? But I just think it's actually a very fair point. Do you guys really want power in leadership, or do you want power in leadership over men? That's the real question. Because what I've often heard is that we have to adjust the way we are just to work amongst men. When I personally think men make way more adjustments. We make way more adjustments. What do you think, Cheeky? You think that the women actually want equality, or you think they really just want control over men?
I think they want control over men, because if they wanted some level of equality, then the idea of being separate but quote unquote equal would work, because women are equal to men. So the only difference is the probability of certain things would drop drastically, right? If women and men are equal, then that means you can have an area where women are all to themselves, because they're good. All the productivity be the same, all the resources and returns of investment will be the same. Everything will be the same. The only difference is there'll be no men to harm women. So if that is the case, you would think you'd push for that, because we're equal. So being separated shouldn't be that big of a deal, right? You don't really need men in a space that's already equal, because a man won't do anything besides provide predatory actions. You won't have to worry about workplace harassment. You won't have to worry about vulgar language. You won't have to worry about sleeping your way to the top, unless you're, of course, a lesbian. But the numbers on that is extremely low. Most women aren't LGBTQ, so how does that work? So separated. But if they don't want to do that, then there's got to be more to it. I want power over women and you to feel equal, because I think it's a little vendetta, right? Like the vendetta is you have power over both of us, so why can't we have power over both of y'all? Well, apparently it won't work because we're not giving it up. We're not doing enough. Although you have the right to vote, although you have the right to work, although you can, although you have the choice of whether or not you want to be a housewife, it's not enough. So how about this? Just all the superior beings be separated from men, because it's obviously not men, and y'all take care of all the business y'all need to, and then it work out that way. Let's try it out. Let's have a social experiment.
Well, when you ask women what their dreams are, and I've heard them like, I want to be the CEO of a company one day. It's rarely the CEO of their own company. They want to control somebody else's company. When y'all keep complaining, oh, we don't have enough women in leadership positions. Well, if you start your own company, ta-da, you're the leader by default. By default, you are the leader. The large majority of men got into their roles as leaders because they created. They co-founded a company, 3 people. That's how they got their power of those companies. So, yeah, I know it's a typo in the title. It's not a big deal. It can be switched anytime. I think they just want to control
your spelling.
I told him I was supposed to do the show tomorrow, but I just jumped it ahead. But I
you
believe
did, because you did.
I believe in content over everything. But the thing is, one thing I've noticed is that the women have no desires to do it that way. Like, they say they want to compete with men, but they don't want to do things the way that men had to do them. They want to do it completely opposite. Let me have your company because I'm a woman. I think that's insane. So I'm very much a proponent of the separation of men and women. And I'm even thinking about pulling it even down to the lesser levels. We might have to go as far as to college. We might even have to separate the schools, because a lot of these men, as the ladies are saying, a lot of these men are giving up, not competing, especially when they see women just get jobs just for being a woman. When I hate to tell you, men don't get jobs just for being men. They have to be better than another man. I know you don't want to hear that, but that's how it goes. For the women, you just have to be one of the women that apply for the job. I bet it's a ton of guys in here that's like, I've had recruiting, and we needed to hire a woman. We had 9 guys and 1 girl, and there it is. Even if the guy was more qualified, we need a woman. So, Fantasy Girl has been typing hard in this chat lately. Is she trying?
Look, man, when you clout hungry, it's okay. That's the things you do. The things you do for clout.
I think she's had some difficulties on the panels lately. I'm sure.
You think she's been getting experiencing workplace violence?
I'm just being honest, man. I really don't think they have any type of goal. They think they slick. I won't bite. But
Good eye. I like it.
But I think ultimately, I think that women have been taking advantage of men for a long time in the workforce, and men have not overwhelmingly been taking advantage of women at all. It's be a few men, and then women say we live in a patriarchy. How? If we live in a patriarchy, a lot more things would be in compliance. We'd have a lot more, less men would be talking about women don't listen to them. There is no patriarchy that you guys scream that we live by. If anything, we live in a well, I'm not gonna say matriarchy because neither that is defined either. It's really open. So ultimately, this what I think. I think that if women do not take the groundwork that men created, meaning the companies that they built, like because we had this whole thing with Deborah Lee, right? All these girls wanted to defend her just because she had, well, somebody said she had credentials, right? Because she went to school for it. I hate to tell you that don't mean nothing. There are a lot of people that went to school with a PhD and can't get a job. So her success came from sleeping with the boss, whether you like to admit it or not. That's where her success came from. Now, did she take the opportunity and run with it? Absolutely. Good for her. But just admit it. All you have to do is admit it. I think it will be, actually, another thing is, what do a lot of these women say? They don't want to be tough. They don't want to be hard. They don't want to be masculine. They want to rest. Well, how you going to do that and be the boss? So I'm guessing if you want to run a company, you need to be single. I guess if you want to be a leader as a woman, you should be single because you can't do both. You can't be leaders, control, stress, all these things. And no, she was not successful at the company for 10 years. There are people that work at a company and have been at that company for 10 years. That don't mean they're successful. I know you guys wish. Well, what was her role for 10 years at that company? Or y'all just like saying that talking point? What was her role at the company for 10 years? What did she do? What did she do? I don't know what she did at the company. The only thing people talk about is when she was the CEO. Yeah, it is pretty hard for women to do both. It is actually extremely difficult because y'all don't know how to be. She ain't working her way up no damn ladder. She slept her way up the ladder. You it's hard for women to be with a man that they feel superior than. Just the truth. That's not successful when nobody talks about anything about her job outside of being the CEO. Nobody. So her success derived from her being the CEO. Unless you want to talk about other accolades, which we can't speak of because nobody talks about anything else. She's known for being the former CEO of a company. That's it. Hell, when you Google her, that's what it's going to say. So I know you don't like the truth, but the truth is that's what she did. And to be honest with y'all know that's what most women did back then. That's what most women did back then, whether you want to admit it or not. And let's just be honest. Y'all still doing it to this day. And y'all primarily doing it in places where men are there to be manipulated. See, we know y'all going to take advantage of a man because a man's nature is if there's a pretty woman, for the most part, he's going to be enamored by her. That's men. But if y'all can't work at a company and get up the ladder that way, how would you perform higher than the next woman? How would you do things on your own merit? How would you do it? You sure other coaches are proud of their high-flying women? Other coaches don't really have high-flying women. If that's what you're saying, they don't really have high-flying women. And the only other coach you could really speak of that has less of a patriarchy is white women. And let's be honest, if anybody's known for sleeping their way to the top, it would be them. And y'all would be next in line after them. So let's not play these games. So when you talk about other cultures, are proud of their women. Most of their women are not anywhere near as successful as the men. Ain't even close. White and black women are the closest you got to being successful as their counterparts. Nobody else. So that's a bad comparison. We obviously all y'all no, most women never get that type of success, fantasy girl. Most women never become CEOs. So when you say most women don't sleep their way, yeah, because they never get to the top of the company. We don't put that on any successful woman because if you start your own company and then you IPO it, you get all the accolades if you do it yourself. But you cannot name women that have done that. You cannot name women that have done that. What you're going to do is just try to be like, oh, they earned it. No, they didn't. No, they didn't. Because if they did, they would have the capacity and the capabilities to do it by themselves. Most of the women you guys you rave about are women that got their success from the assistance of a man. There are no self-made women. They're almost non-existent. Almost non-existent. Seriously. It's almost literally non-existent. And of course, you can use an outlier like Oprah, right? But I'd even argue against Oprah to a certain degree because she's media based. She never really IPO'd. But you know what? Take her. I would love to give you that out. Yes, Oprah. That's one. Keep going. Keep going. All I'm saying is keep going. Who else you got besides Oprah?
Yo, Aaron, is my sound good, bro?
Yeah, you not like Cheeky. So like you a tech guy, your tech usually works. Yeah, Cheeky always struggles streaming.
Because I'm broke. He's rich.
Nah,
You
I'm
see the
broke.
class difference, don't you?
I'm broke as hell.
Uh
Yeah. Aaron, why we ain't addressing the elephant in the room? Because like the elephant in the room, I guess you kind of addressed it, but it's like much bigger. It's the fact that these women cannot actually compete. I've been saying this in the chat, right? They cannot actually compete, right? Now, I'm not saying every single woman. Like I've actually worked with some pretty smart women before, like so I want to make that clear. Like I'm not trying to sit here and say, oh, like women are just dumb or some shit like that. That's not where I'm going with this. But what I am saying is that in a lot of these roles, and more often than not, from what I've seen, these women ain't competing. So it's like when they try to act like, look at my position, look at my title, look at all this. To be honest with you, Aaron, I don't even give a fuck about titles anymore because I've seen how people can just get titles. You know what I'm saying? Without actually doing the work, right? And so they'll show their titles and say, look at my title, look at my position. But in reality, like if you actually put her toe to toe with a man for that same position, you know what I'm saying, and they had to actually compete for it, she's not getting it, right? She's not getting it. And the proof of this is these equity policies. This is why this is why I'm so against equity policies, because I see how it's used for women and also how it's used for black people. And it's actually insulting, right? It's insulting because ultimately with equity policies, like we went from equality to equity, right? So equality is equality of outcomes, right? So, or sorry, I mean equal opportunity, I should say. My bad. Equality is equal opportunity, right? So you and I, Aaron, we go and we both have the same opportunity. Equity is equal outcomes. By default, that means it's a handout. By definition, getting equal outcomes, guaranteeing some form of equal outcomes to anybody means you're giving them something that they did not actually earn and work for. And so you have these equity policies that are put in place. And what they do is they put these women in these positions that they did not earn. And then they think they get to actually, behave like they earned it. And it's like, but you didn't earn it. You just got that title because you got a vagina. Like, let's be honest about it. And and then the thing is, no one wants to talk about it because you get canceled, et cetera, et cetera. But it's like, If these women had to compete, they would not have half these positions, bro. They would not. If these companies weren't afraid of, oh, somebody's going to publish a report about how, we don't have any people of this demographic and this demographic in our executive suite and our, engineering organization, blah, blah, blah. Like if they didn't worry about that, right, these women would not have these positions. But unfortunately, today these companies have to worry about that, and so, or at least they feel that they do. I personally don't think they have to, but they feel that they do because they're afraid of the mob coming after them, right? So now they put these policies into place that effectively give people positions that they did not earn.
So,
And it's
what
usually
about?
men doing this, by the way. And that's the hilarious part, is that these women will claim all these things that they claim, but it's men that are giving them these inflated titles, right, and positions and earnings that come with it, by the way. You know what I'm saying? So they are driving the nice cars and living in the nice neighborhoods because some man gave you a position that you did not actually work for.
So what about the counterpoint of nepotism? Right? Like men get in positions due to nepotism, not because they're necessarily adequate at the job or even competent.
So that I don't think that's actually a legitimate counter, and let me tell you why. Because nepotism is just a form of tribalism, right? And first of all, in most cases, it's not nepotism, right? Like you have typically the cases of nepotism are typically like high level cases, like usually like executive suite a lot of times, right? But even with that, like it's not usually like, oh, I'm just putting, my friend who doesn't know anything, right? That's usually not the case. Like even when it is nepotism, a lot of times the people are capable, right? A lot of times, right? I mean, if you're a man running your company, like you don't want to just put somebody in a CFO position that can't actually do CFO duties, right? Because then it's going to affect your company. It's going to have real legitimate impact to your company. You again, it still gives them preferential treatment, but it's not necessarily. Now, again, I'm not saying that this is necessarily better, but my point is that first of all, it's not happening en masse. Like it's not something that's just happening everywhere and all these men are getting to positions because of nepotism, because that's just not the case, right? It's usually at more higher level positions, politics, executive suite positions, etc. And it's usually men who actually are capable anyway, right? So whereas again, just giving somebody a position literally because of their gender, and I mean these days it's not even their gender, it's their gender identity. Like it's like forget gender now. It's like, oh, it's what you identify as. So you can be a full grown man with balls, but hey, I'm a female, and so now we're gonna hire you as our first woman, as our first woman in our executive suite or whatever, right? So that's how completely, out of line this shit has gotten. And so you'll have these women talk crazy and talk about how, men are oppressing them and whatnot. And it's like, it's men putting women in these positions. It's men. It is men putting women in these positions. And even with the wage gap situation that they always bring up, which is, a myth, it's been debunked a million times. You actually, when you actually look at the data, you realize that in a lot of cases, when you account for all the variables, women actually tend to get paid more. And it's usually by men. And Google specifically did a whole study on this at their organization, and they found that when they accounted for all the variables necessary, the women at Google were making more than their male counterparts.
Well, there's claims that men get handed jobs, so why is it a problem when women do? Here's the thing: if other women are handing you the jobs, okay, but to be honest with you, you're getting, like JB said, you're getting handed the jobs by the men. So, isn't it okay? Let's see if I can simplify that. Right? Men have gave you an abundance of opportunity, yet you claim they're the reason why you can't get these leadership roles. So, which one is it? Either every role that you have was given to you by a man, or you can create your own roles. But the question is, if you're capable of doing that, why don't you? Because
Well,
I hear them saying, "Oh, there are tons of women that did not have to sleep their way." Da, 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 da. Sure, but they ain't got no Fortune 500 company roles. Like, and they damn sure didn't make. It's literally a man stepping aside to give you the opportunity. You ain't created. You ain't standing on your own. It's literally a man saying, Here you go. So that's literally all y'all been getting.
So
Almost
Aaron,
every single one.
but see, here's what they do next, right? Because I can tell you this straight up. Here's what they do next. So you say that, and they'll be like, okay, fine. But if I start my own company, investors won't invest in me because I'm female. So they're always gonna end up like, find another route to the victimhood, right? When in reality, all investors care about is making money and multiplying, their invested capital. That's all they care about. They don't care what gender identity you are, whether you have balls or a vagina. They don't care. They just want to multiply their money, right? So if you have an actual product, something that the people actually want, something that can actually make money, there's no, unless your investor like straight up actually hates women, which is not most, they would not be like, there's no investor that's gonna be like, oh yeah, you could make me so much, you could 2x, you could not even 2x. I mean 2x is irrelevant for investors, but you could 10x, 20x my capital, but I'm not gonna invest in you because you're female. Like it's so stupid, right? It's so stupid, but you realize it's because they can't compete. That's why they always have some kind of victimhood claim, because now when you don't get the investment, you don't realize you just have a shitty product, or you're just not the best. The investor just doesn't see you as the person that can lead this company, whatever their reason is. It's not just because you don't have balls, right? But they can't accept that, so they always end up being victims in every scenario.
I want to say something from both standpoints, because I do get where you guys are coming from. Women, we can use our beauty to advance ourselves in certain circumstances, even if it's not business related. If you're going out, you can get free drinks or skip a line, etc., etc. But an example that I went through, being I don't know if it was because I'm a woman, it's a race or whatever. This guy got a higher bonus promotion than I did. And I was way smarter than him in one of my last jobs. He was very dumb, very slow, very incompetent. And, you're not supposed to tell people what your advances regarding what you're supposed to be making. But there are circumstances, I don't know if it's the minority or the majority, where women, I don't know if it's a women thing or if it's a race thing, do get looked past of regarding bonuses or advancements in positions, especially in corporate America. So that does happen, but I think I see more women using using their beauty. I mean, shoot,
Well,
God gave us beauty for a reason.
could you argue that there's also another man in that same company that didn't get the job, and we could argue that he got looked over
Exactly.
too?
Yeah, definitely.
And also here's the issue also with the wage argument. And I try to like have this argument with people all the time, where this debate with people, and they just can never understand it, right? The thing is, like, no two individuals are actually ever equal, right? And I don't even believe no two individuals ever actually deserve to be paid the same, because there's so many variables that make a person, right? It's like just the idea that, oh, like I was just as well educated as them, and I'm this and I'm that and I'm this, right? But guess what? You might not be as charismatic, right? As this other person, or maybe every client that your company has to deal with, right? They just happen to like this one person and not this other one, right? So this one person happens to be the money maker, right? Doesn't mean that you're less competent. It just means that for some reason the client's just like this one person. It's never as binary as people want to put it. Like we produce the same, we just as educated, etc. And on top of that, you have the other aspect of it too, which is the fact that some people are more not pushovers, I forget the term, but it's like negotiation, right? When you're negotiating with people and you realize, like, and I've had this happen with interviews where, like, I'm trying to figure out, okay, how much would you like to get paid? And you could tell the moment you ask somebody that, right, like how well they're going to do in terms of compensation package, right? Because different people answer that question differently, right? Different people understand how to evaluate their worth and what they bring to the table. And you'll see, for example, there might be one person that says, hey, I think I deserve 150K. I want 150K base salary, right? And then another person might say 150K, but the first person who said it actually said it and sounded confident that this is what they want. When you said I want 150K, and you sounded a little nervous, like almost like you're just testing the waters, right? So now that tells me that you have a little bit more wiggle room. The other person, it tells me that that's probably their actual minimum, right? They're probably not willing. My point is, there's a lot of strategies when it comes to like how you negotiate for compensation and whatnot. And so always making it down to, well, I got paid less doesn't mean shit to me, because the first question I'm going to ask you is, how well did you negotiate, right? Did you even do an analysis of your market to understand what people are actually being paid,
Well,
right?
JB,
Did you negotiate other things, like did you get stock options as well? How many stock options did you get, right? Like there's so many variables to that.
well,
Well,
let me
that
make
was
it.
the beginning of the process. We were already in the job. So if we're already in the job and it's based on your performance, and people know that that guy, he's not a good performer, and we have to pick up his slack, like it's definitely biased, especially when there's other people on the team that acknowledges that he's not all put together just because
And
he
So,
that could be,
might
and
be.
wait,
Q,
wait,
that
wait,
could be a
wait,
real
wait, wait, wait,
problem,
wait,
Q. That could be
wait.
a real problem, but that just, to me, that's one company, and
Wait,
you should
wait,
probably
Yeah,
leave.
yeah, you're right.
wait. We don't know if it's a problem yet. Why do you think they gave him the bonus?
I think it's definitely favoritism. I don't think it's a race thing.
So,
I think it's definitely a man thing.
so uh men don't favor other men just for nothing. So he has some valuable skill toward the men that he's around, that they're, because they don't just go around giving bonuses just because you're a man. Hey, it looks like there's a man, they're giving a bonus. He
No,
has a
everybody got a bonus out the company. Everybody, I mean, in the team, we all got bonuses, but there were different bonuses that people got.
yeah, no, I get it. And I'm saying if that was a particular man that got it, he has a skill outside of just the working the job aspect. Wait, maybe it's making himself tied to other people in the company, making himself invaluable to them as a friend. Whether you think that should be fair or not doesn't matter, because companies use managers to ingratiate themselves with their staff all the time. Like most people show up to work because they love their managers. Like they know they ain't gonna get the bonus, but like, I'll stay because of you. They use people that ingratiate themselves. So I'm saying he may have a different type of talent outside of just doing the job. They
Yeah.
know men don't like to just give money away just because they're men. I know that we love to say that. It's never going to be the case.
No, I think he
But
was part of
also,
the boys' club. That's why, you know.
Aaron, like, let me give you an example, Aaron. Right, the last time I negotiated compensation, right, I asked for a signing bonus, and when I asked for the signing bonus, you know what the recruiter told me? She said, and I quote, "We haven't actually done signing bonuses here," right? And I said, "Well, I want one." And she said, "Okay, I'll check with them. I'll check with them, and then I'll get back to you." And guess what? I got my signing bonus, and I was the first person. And I'm not making this up. And I'll even send you her name, Aaron. I was the first person to get a signing bonus, at least based on that recruiter's, based on what she said.
Well,
Right.
let's
The point I'm getting at is that, like, now somebody else might find out I got a signing bonus and say, well, they discriminate. Yeah, but you didn't ask. You didn't ask. I asked, and I stood on that. Like, when she said that, I could have just said, okay, bet. I was like, no, but I want one.
well,
And part of it is because I had some leverage, but my point is still that ultimately you gotta, like, a lot of these things there's so many variables that people just looking at it so binary is silly to me.
well, look at it like this. How many women do you think there are more female recruiters or more male recruiters?
Female.
Say
It's
what?
got to be more female recruiters.
It's way more female recruiters. Like we all been doing this like a long time. We know there's more female recruiters,
More
right?
female recruiters.
They have a certain amount that they're able to negotiate, right? And if they get you to take less, they can pocket the rest, right? So you don't realize women are doing this to women. Like y'all say it's men, but it's the women saying, "Oh, this girl's dumb. I'm gonna take advantage of this." Like that happens more often than not. Before you even get to working in the job, the recruiter takes advantage of the opportunity. And I'm gonna be honest with you. I think we all agree most recruiters are women.
With the exception of like military roles and things of that nature, when it comes to like white collar or any of things like that, I've seen them be women, and they do everything they need to do to make the job enticing. That's all I'm gonna say.
I'm just saying, I mean, that so like That's why I said, leave us alone. Let us move out of y'all way so we can't be manipulated or manipulate y'all anymore. Go work with just women and see if y'all get the promotions y'all deserve for women power. And you're going to see how evil women are to women. And y'all going to start telling the truth. It ain't the men. I know y'all want to blame the men, but y'all really think women are worse. Most women I know hate working with female managers. They prefer male managers.
I definitely do. I can say that because I've had one female manager and she was just all over the place. I'm a very organized person when I work, so she was all over the place. She wasn't like up and down. So I definitely prefer a man. They're more sturdy and stern in what they want, and then they tell it how it is instead of like beating around the bush. So I definitely prefer a male manager.
Well, also, Aaron, like if you just look at, for example, all these, like that style of content that we have these days. Is that Amber? What's up, Amber? I
Hey.
didn't even know Amber was there. What's up, Amber?
Hey.
So like if you look at it, like a lot of the content that you have, or like day in the life content, right? It's usually a lot of women, right? That got some role that they did not even earn, right? In some tech company, and now they want to
Honestly,
show you how basically they're just eating donuts and typing 2 or 3 emails a day and saying that they worked, right? And a lot of times I would watch those videos and I'm like, you know, like what do you actually do? You know what I'm saying? And guess what? Listen, I'm never gonna pocket watch somebody, right? So if you're making your coins and you happen to be able to skirt by without doing shit, right? Good for you. You know what I'm saying? Like JB's not gonna snitch on you. Go ahead, do your thing. But I'm just saying, it'd be those same women, right? That the moment they get fired, they're gonna say, "Oh, they fired me because I'm female." But you got a video up every day of you not doing shit.
Is actually funny because women actually lead in trying to find the most optimal days to work the least. They actually lead in those studies, like trying to track down what day they can do the least amount of work effectively. Like this stuff is crazy. But all I'm saying is that I think women manipulate men in the workplace all the time. And they know they do it and they like that opportunity. So if we just stay out of your way, let you work amongst women, let women create the companies that they want to lead, by default, you have leadership roles. So why do women need to work with men? That's the question. Because we don't care if we don't work with y'all. We don't care. It might
Okay.
actually be better.
Okay. Can I speak? What's going on, family? How y'all doing? I,
oh, go Amber, yes.
We love you,
You-
Amber.
I love y'all, and y'all know I only speak on either experience, observation, and patterns. I don't speak in absolute because things are ever changing. So I'm going to speak on what I've seen. Those who know, I own my own business. I don't have a college degree. So I work with a lot of companies, non for profits, startups. I'm the media director and I do the marketing, social media management, photography, videography, and everything. And the pattern I've seen is that men, black men, white men that are in high positions, like the COO, and underneath them are women and very successful. But then the women underneath those women, there's always a discord. So I only thing I have to challenge Aaron about is a lot of men are smart enough to know if you really want a successful business, based on the pattern I've seen, they intentionally hire women because they intentionally have something that a man doesn't when it comes to either organizations, things like that. But then when it comes to those women managing women underneath them, that's when the ego, vanity, the jealousy comes into play.
So I don't disagree with that, right? Men are much more effective at identifying the traits that women do well and
Mm-hmm.
maximizing them, right?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Um, the issue that lies is this: women are saying that men are the reason that they're not getting leadership roles. That's their plight. Men are been in power way too long. We need to share. Uh, and what I've always known is if you create a company, by default, you the boss. But I've noticed that women don't want to do that They want you to get out of the way of your company and let them come run it.
Where'd
That's
you see that?
insane.
Where'd you see that at, Aaron?
Where do I see that happening?
Yes, sir.
I'll give you one example. Citibank.
Okay.
There's never been a female CEO running a major bank. There is now one because a man decided to step down to allow change to happen. Not because she's better at it than him, not because she's the most qualified candidate out there, just simply because y'all been crying, claiming it's men doing this, that, and men have done what they've always done. Said, you know what? We're going to overcompensate, even when we know it's a lie, just to be more than fair when you guys are never that way towards men. Matter of fact, y'all think men are to blame, but when I say, well, leave us alone, go work with all women, the first thing y'all say is, no, I don't want to work with all
Well,
women.
because that's not how the world works. It's not either or. It's and both.
No. So, but that is true. But the problem is, women keep asking for concessions. They say men make the workforce toxic, right? And we've made a lot of concessions, we made a lot of changes, and it's getting to the point it's uncomfortable to be around women and feel protected. Like what did Mike Pence
Exactly.
say? What did he say?
He
I
doesn't
think I
have.
don't want to go ahead.
I know exactly what he said because I follow the same rule. I follow the Mike Pence rule. So Mike Pence basically will not have dinner with any woman other than his wife, and he refuses to have meetings with women alone. Because I mean, and guess what? It's actually a very smart move. Women are liabilities these days. Like when it comes to, unfortunately, right? Just the idea that a woman could just make one claim and ruin your entire life, right?
Now,
Whether or not.
Miss Jill says you need to feel protected now. You see what I'm talking about?
See, Aaron, it's not even about feeling protected. It's actually not putting yourself at risk, right? Because any scenario that you could think is like the most innocent scenario, you could then find out 5 years later, 10 years later, that somehow you did something wrong in that interaction, right? And unless you have some at least one person there or two people there to say, no, we were there and that's not what happened, you're screwed. As long as you're a man with balls, you're screwed, right? So
I,
but that being said, Amber, I do think you make a good point though. Like there's a good point that Amber just made that has been actually backed by some data as well, which is the fact that when it comes to like how, for example, women manage money at the business level. I'm not talking about personal, right? Because there's an actual discrepancy when it comes to personal. But one of the things that's been found, and you can hear a lot of investors talk about this too, is that a lot of investors actually trust. Now again, there's a lot of caveats here, but a lot of investors actually trust women more in terms of how they manage money than men, and specifically because men tend to be bigger risk takers,
Yep.
right? And so men tend to be bigger risk takers, whereas like a lot of times women are less likely to take the types of outrageous risks that men will take, and
Yep.
so because of that, they actually end up being better stewards of capital, right?
and
A lot of
right.
times, right? And that's actually been proven by there's like some data behind it that's shown pretty good patterns of that. So and to me, what that's proof of is like it's proof that we could work together in unison if we actually wanted to, but instead what we have is a situation where, like Aaron has been describing, where like women want to be the victims, and then they want to be the victims, but they also want to be the ones that have all the power, and then the men. It's just a whole weird scenario. But I just wanted to highlight that there is a point to be made there in terms of what Amber said.
I mean, I'm blessed to have mentors and work with, I guess you would say, powerful men in their sectors. And the pattern I've seen is that all of them, their right hand person who handles the money is a woman, like intentionally. The discord is, and I've experienced this in this is just my experience. Every single time I've had to contract a client and there was a woman involved that I had to work close to or next to, there was always a discrepancy versus me working with
Yeah.
always. It always
Because y'all,
pettiness,
yeah,
drama,
yeah.
competition. Even though we're supposed to be working side by side for the betterment of the company and the brand, there's always some underlining. So that's just every single time when there's another woman involved, It just every single time. However, though, that's my point. When these women in power have to work with or be a steward of other women personnel, there's always discord, there's always drama, there's always uncomfortable work, toxic environments. So that's, I'm like, I don't know about men not wanting to work with women. I've seen men intentionally make sure, like, I'm surrounded by nothing but women, and they're the reason my business is growing. It's just what's happening on an
There's
entry
a reason
level.
for that. Even women in like higher role, like higher power than men, they still take direction from those men. Like, I've been around like women, and I'm like, hey, do this, and they'll concede to my experience, even though they may have more authority technically, but I'm the default authority, right? And women are much more open to taking authority from a man for whatever reason. And I'm saying it's easier for a man to work with a woman because they are going to work with a man as opposed to another man. Defiance exists. Another man likes to challenge men naturally. And so we can maximize women's role much better. I'm not even arguing that. The problem comes, oh, men are the reason that this, that.
Okay. I mean, yeah.
And if we're the reason, we can't at the same time be the scapegoat by saying we don't do these things when tons of women have said numerous times, this man was my mentor. This man's taught me this, all the time. But somehow we're preventing, and it's like, no, what normally happens is this. Men get into a company, they learn, they leave, they go create their own. Women get into a company comfortable working for that man because they don't want ultimate responsibility on them. But if you give them just enough to maximize their taste for power and it's just under the boss, they love it. They don't take, leave, and create. They want you to leave and they take over. That's one of the biggest problems. That's why they never tend to have their own companies, because they want you to leave instead of leaving to create, to control. Men go in, create, and then we're like, all right, peace, control this. We're going our own way. That's the issue. And somehow, some way, I'm saying men are not going to leave these roles that they work so hard to get because they don't want to be looked at as toxic.
I mean, I agree. Even though I have my own media company, I love the fact that I'm a subcontractor and my client tell me what they want. So that's less thinking I have to do. And it's consistent income. Because being the boss as a woman, I'm going to say it's overrated. Always having to think, always having to figure out, have to put out fires, ledgers, loss preventions and stuff like that. It is exhausting. And then just managing a household as a single mom. And so I wholeheartedly agree with what you're saying. I just haven't seen out there where men, just like, we don't want to work with y'all, leave us alone. I just seen the opposite. As long as they're cooperative.
No. I'm not saying women are saying that. This is a response to how women are saying that men are the impediment to their success. Right?
Right.
Go ahead, Cheeky. Go ahead.
So the idea of one of the many things, right? Because Aaron, you asked me to show. I have plenty of tabs open of just things.
Oh, run it. You know you got to control.
So the video that Aaron wanted me to pull from yesterday, like during the was this video, right? I don't know if, let me see. So it was this video right here.
Get ready, gang. My favorites are here. Listen to this. A side result, an unintended consequence of the Me Too movement has popped up. Male executives and managers, some are now saying they are afraid to work with and mentor female colleagues in the workplace. So we're trying to find out, is it too hard to see the difference between mentoring and harassment? Joining me now to discuss, Tiffany Defoe, founder and CEO of The Crew and author of Drop the Ball, and Shelly Zala, CEO of The Female Quotient. Tiffany, I turn to you first. So men who are making this argument, well, suddenly now I could be accused of harassment. I can't mentor women anymore. We first heard this pop up from Wall Street. Bloomberg had an article. I took issue with it because I can't find any evidence where there was ever any extraordinary mentoring on Wall Street. We've never had a female CEO of a bank. So is this just an excuse?
So here's the thing. I want to talk to all the men out there who have this concern. I want to say that I feel empathy I understand. You're concerned that you're walking on eggshells. You feel vulnerable in the workplace. You're concerned that your words or your behavior might be misinterpreted as being something other than who you are.
We don't know what the new rules of the road are.
Welcome to the world of being a woman or a person of color or a member of the LGBT community or a person with disabilities in the workplace. That is part of the experience, having to take a risk in showing up. You're concerned that you may be labeled as a creep because you compliment me on my beautiful dress. You know what? Sometimes I'm labeled as the B word because I smile too much. I think that we need to take this new experience that men are feeling in the workplace and actually channel it into something really positive, which is, why don't you work on creating a more inclusive culture and taking all of your frustration, directing it at the men who are making you look really bad, the bad apples, and not punish women in the workplace, because quite frankly, your whole enterprise is going to crumble if you don't figure out how to leverage and harness the ingenuity and creativity and talent of the women.
So with a statement like that, and with all of that being assessed, it sounds like men are the issue. So the idea,
Cheeky.
or maybe the solution to the issue is you all create your own company. Because she said, if you can't cultivate this great, enthusiastic, artistic, creative, money making, profit over profits from women, you're going to crumble. Your company's going to crumble. So I think the best bet is probably not to put women or take this plight. No, let's not get rid of the plight or devalue it or whatever. Let's take it seriously and have them have their own company, right?
Yo,
You can have the
Cheeky.
same name. You can literally be the sister company of the actual company. Like, it could be a legit sister company with all women. You can take all that creativity, all that power, all the things that you're able to do, and then see how well that company functions in and of itself. Even with all female leadership, and then we'll be able to prove women have always been this, and it's always been the men's fault. Because if you keep asking men to stop being men and stop complimenting you, or stop calling you the B word because you smile too much, maybe you
Cheeky.
should smile at each other, and then there won't be any real problems.
So, Cheeky, I got a question for the panel, everybody on the panel. Okay. And we can start with Amber. Amber, on a scale of like one, on a scale of 0 to 10, how likely do you think it is that somebody called her a bitch for smiling too much?
Yeah, I couldn't relate to when she said that. That actually didn't make sense to me.
So,
That's why
so
I
what,
made the face.
so what number would you give it on a scale of 0 to 10? How
That's a
likely?
zero. Like,
Okay. All right.
you're stop smiling. You're smiling too much. You're a bitch. Like, that doesn't make sense to me.
That
Okay.
lady,
Chucker.
hold on, JB, one sec. I'm gonna just say something hyperbolic. That's what I do. That lady is evil, right? And I'm gonna tell you why. Yeah, I'm gonna tell you why.
Aaron, you ruined my survey, Aaron.
No, no, no.
But this is your show, so
I'm gonna tell you why. She said your companies, as if women don't own companies. She literally led as this is a man's problem because they own the companies.
Right.
So if without women, your companies are going to crumble. Whoa, 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 whoa. Don't you mean women's companies are going to crumble? Like, she actually put women at a disadvantage with that statement by acting like they don't have their own companies.
Or that they
But
don't contribute enough to be valued to even be considered a company.
she
Right.
tried to weaponize the ire of women to say, yeah, we mean something to your companies, recognizes, highlight us, honor us. But realistically, it just said you was a CEO of a company. It just said that other lady next to you was a CEO of a company. So what does that mean?
yo, Aaron. So Aaron, check this out, right? So Keisha in the chat, Keisha M said, only 7.6% of CEO positions are occupied by women. Proof, keyword here, proof, we are still living in a patriarchal society. You can't make this shit up, bro. Like you I can't, like, you cannot make this shit up. Like, I'm telling you, you cannot make this shit up. Like, people say stuff like this and you realize they actually believe it, right? Like, they don't just say it, like, they actually believe it. Like, how the hell is that proof of anything?
But there's so many. I have been hired by so many. I just got honored by the American Women Medical Association. I've been hired by women who have women co-working spaces, women's movement. Like there's so many women. I'm part of the 40 under 40 women professional league. We just did the Women of Excellence with the Chicago Defense. There's so many organizations and jobs and co-working spaces and movement that's geared towards women, women of color, women of the LGBTQ plus community. There's so many organizations. So I just don't understand her talking point. We now have diversity, equity, and inclusion, which is still spearheaded by white people, which I don't get. But anyways, there are so many facets where they're now creating positions in DEI for people to be included. So I just don't understand this talking point.
I think for me, I want to see the DEI industry burn. Like that's what I want to see happen. I want to see that shit burn to the ground, because ultimately I don't think it's actually helping anything. But I think I think when you listen to like when you listen to her talk, right, and she's saying, I have empathy for y'all, but it's y'all fault. And it's like it's like this doesn't make any fucking sense, because the reason why these men are making this choice to say, you know what, it's a liability, right? The idea of like even certain conversations when you think about it, right? Like I'm a pretty young dude, and I'm realizing like even a lot of conversations that we'd have that I think are pretty relatively innocent. Like you wouldn't, it's not the kind of thing that you would want to sit at the office and like talk about, but then it's not like the end of the world. And you realize like the only times we could have those conversations and joke around and whatnot is like when we go out for, for lunch, or, we go grab some drinks or something like that, like some social occasion, and it's only men. The moment one of the female colleagues pull up, we cannot have fun anymore. Right. So now you realize like they have ruined our ability to be men, right, in the workplace, etc. Right. And I'm not saying like I'm not crying about it, but my point is all these adjustments that men have had to make just to be men in the workplace. And then to Aaron's point, and then now it's like on top of that, you still have the looming risk of like, and you don't know when it's going to happen. It could be a year from now, it could be 5 years from now, it could be 10 years from now, the way things have been, right? That any interaction that you had that you might have completely forgotten about, right? That you don't even realize there was anything that you could be accused of for that during that interaction. This one of these women could pop up out of anywhere and just say, pop out of nowhere and just say, oh, Jonathan did this to me, Cheeky did this to me, and then now the burden of proof, at least on the public stage, is on you to it's on you to prove that did not happen, right? So that's a huge, it's not a small thing. Like it's not something that we just want you to have empathy for us for. It's like this is a real life risk and liability that any serious man has to think about. And at that point, you have to ask yourself the question, like, yeah, of course I don't want to just not deal with women that I work with, especially since it's not like every woman I work with is like some bumbling idiot. Like there's smart women that you work with that you want to, you want to be friends with them, you want to help them out, etc. But it's like now you have to look out for yourself and say, nah, I'm not doing this shit. I'm staying very far away from you. I'm not going out alone with you. We're not having lunch alone, right? We're gonna have somebody with us. Or, you have to now have these measures in place because of the risk that it poses to you.
So then what's the draw? What's the solution?
Again, that's the thing. The solution, right, I would say is, since men are such the bigger problem and cause all of these transgressions against women, is to separate it, right? Can we come to an agreement? Divide is the name of the title of the show, because that is the only way that you could suffice women idealistically. But the problem is women don't want to be separate. If we can't mitigate any of the risks that men take on with just potential interaction with women, and we can't stop women from feeling however they're going to feel because they just didn't get the position, the best thing to do is eliminate the discrimination that they think they face from men and make it all women. What then can you say to men or to the world if you have an all-woman office and you don't get the position, right? It's almost like somebody in a black-owned restaurant getting fired from the black-owned restaurant. Are you going to say that you got fired because of racism, although everybody around you is black? You'd have a hard time proving that. In the same way, are you going to say I got fired because I'm a woman at an all-woman business? You're going to have a hard time, or you're going to eliminate one of the biggest excuses, or one of the biggest, let me not say excuse, because I can't prove that it did or didn't happen. You're going to eliminate one of the biggest factors that women claim to have experienced, which is discrimination due to gender. If you go ahead and eliminate this diversity of gender, right? Because I guess at some point we'll just have to keep segregating based off of nah, not really, because even if you claim you're a woman as a transgender woman or whatever, if you are born a
Get
male
out
but
of there,
you claim you're
Cheeky.
a woman, you are going to go to the women's section because you're a woman, right? And women tend to lean and understand and care about those things. And women, like this woman did, she said, if you now that you understand what it's like to be a woman, LGBT, she included all of that in her statement. So it's only fair that they go with you as well and keep all the heterosexual cisgender males in one place. Then you eliminate all the probabilities of men being who men are, which is evil creatures who don't know how to not discriminate and know and only make sexual advances. You eliminate that factor if you just put it over there instead of making the statement men just do better. How that doesn't help
Cheeky.
anybody because apparently we can't do better.
Well,
Cheeky. Keisha gave you the solution in the chat. Keisha said the solution is to type it into the AI. And since none of us are smart, I'm dead serious. Go read the comment.
No way.
Cheeky,
No, she didn't say that.
okay, one sec. So the issue is this. Earlier, I said there's no protection for men, and someone said, "Oh, you mean to be protected now, right?" They're taking gripes at men, right? Which is fine. We understand that you want to try to but the problem is this. What she should have said is we have to find ways to make sure that we are making sure these men feel comfortable enough so that they don't have to feel this way. But she doesn't think she should have feel the need to say that. So in turn, she just goes, well, you cannot punish us because you're afraid of us. Oh, last time I checked, if there's a realistic fear, it's your job to alleviate the fear. I hate to tell you, because I don't have to take that risk. Since you want me to take the risk to mentor you, to teach you, you are actually the one that has to come across the bridge, not me. But you think you can shame a man and be like, well, you're a real man, but that ain't gonna work no more. Y'all done used up all those cards y'all possibly can use. You know why? The younger men don't care. The younger men really don't care. None of that.
Aaron, please turn off the chat because I'm about to get triggered right now. Okay, because I just read Fantasy Island Girl's comment and I think I'm about to go off. So please turn off the comments, Aaron, so that I can't see them.
I wish I knew how to do that. I've never done it before.
So
I'm gonna like that trans woman comment is like, it was like the button for me just now. So let me go on mute so I don't go off.
So
there is
go ahead, Chucky.
I'm sorry, I don't know. How y'all doing, panel?
We good.
There is a all female, all black female airline, right? I'm pretty sure y'all might not have heard of this.
Mm-hmm.
There is an all black female airline, which I still don't understand how that shit happened. But it's not doing good. It's not doing good at all. So
What's the name of the airline?
Wait, Tricky, yeah. Why you come up here attacking black women like that, bro? What they got to do with what we talking about?
Well, it's the fact that, like Cheeky said, if they was to go and do their own thing,
but we weren't talking about black women. We were talking about women.
I'm just saying, women. I don't care what color. It's just all females. That's what I really was looking at. But the fact that it's failing, it is what it is. And for
Aaron, you mentioned Citibank earlier. I wanted to also bring up to you, and I don't know if you know this. You probably already know this, but J.P. Morgan is actually another great example of this, right? Not only with their commitments, but now I don't know if this is still the case after all these layoffs and whatnot that's been happening, but over like the past 3-ish years, it was a pretty open secret, like in the tech, at least to most people I know, that J.P. Morgan had like an actual initiative internally to hire black women specifically, right? Specifically black women. And it was an open secret that like you could pretty much, as long as you have on paper, right, the quote unquote right credentials, you could pretty much apply to JP Morgan and almost like it was almost guaranteed that these black women could apply and get into certain positions. I'm talking about like vice president. And to be fair, these JP Morgan gives people vice president titles for damn near everything. But anyways, my point is like when you look at that scenario and you realize like now again, I got to be careful with this. 'Cause I'm not saying every black woman that's in a VP position at JP Morgan did not earn it. Like, that's not the point I'm making. But what I am saying is, when we have an open secret that you could just go apply and JP Morgan is hiring you, and then they commit billions of dollars because they happen to, these black women got into some pretty high positions at JP Morgan, and they managed to convince the executives to make these like large commitments to black women specifically. And I mean, again, I'm not mad at them, but I'm just saying, like, when you realize like all of this was the result of men just giving in, right? These men at JP Morgan, because ultimately it came down to, a man at the top saying, all right, bet, let's do it. We have enough money, let's throw them a bone and let's do it. And all these black women were getting jobs, high paying 6-figure jobs, right? They got these billion-dollar commitments from JP Morgan. But then those same people will then accuse JP Morgan of not being diverse enough. They will also, like, it's a never-ending victim war.
I think when you mention the whole JP Morgan and black women thing, there's two phenomena at play here. Like, on the one hand, I think a lot of black men are complaining, particularly that when black women get like a leg up into a certain field or whatever, it doesn't necessarily translate to wholesale gains for black people. It only translates to gains for more black women. So it's not a guarantee that a woman is going to bring in the brothers. She'll bring in her girls and she'll bring in other black women. But the idea that black men are going to benefit from black women having, XYZ position or whatever has been proven to be essentially false at this point, at least by a lot of guys on personal experience. And then I think if you kind of pull back from the race element of that and look at it just on a gender dynamic, and you can kind of hear this from a lot of the women who you highlighted certain responses in the chat. And honestly, if you're just being like really cold-blooded and ruthless about it, I don't fault the women for thinking this way. It is what it is. This is just how they are. So perhaps, right? But why should women care that they're winning and we're losing? Like, I think that's the problem we lose sight of as men. We expect, as men, we expect them to do what we would do if we had the power and position that we've given women. And so now we expect women to turn around and be like, oh, listen, you in the leadership position, you're supposed to look out for us, right? And I guess we're learning the hard way that women don't think like that. Now, we do what we got to do with that information, but I think that's the reality we face with now. They're not wired to give a shit about what we go through, even if they're the reason we go through it. They're just not wired to care. So now that they're in these positions, and now that they have the environment being bent toward their will and being restructured so they can win, even if it means we lose, like even if changing the environment means making life for them is easier at our direct expense, they're just not going to care. And I think that presents a unique problem, especially for men who have been accustomed to thinking that women actually give a shit about them. And maybe we're all learning the hard way that women just don't care. Like men, we're kind of like biologically wired with the responsibility of society and civilization. Like if none of us decide to do the heavy lifting, there is no society, there's no civilization. It's just sort of wired into what we are as men.
Conservative, is your point that women
Yeah.
are selfish?
It's not that women are selfish. It's that what are we going to do? Because it seems to be that we don't understand that women are selfish. We seem to have forgotten that as men, as a society or whatever, because we gave them. Well, then why did we give them all this power in the first place? I think that's kind of the thing. This is why guys are saying things like repeal the 19th and all that, because we're getting to the point where, like, what's the point of supporting women at all if men or if the group doesn't benefit in the long run? And then when you present this problem to them, they're like, yeah, so, and you're a man.
Well, I mean, the thing is, like, personally, I don't think we should go to those extremes of like trying to strip women of their power, of their like ability to vote and do all this other stuff. I don't actually think we should do that. I know patriarchy, has that position and whatnot, and he makes some interesting arguments for it, but I don't think we should go to those extreme positions. Like,
I'm not saying we go anywhere. I'm just presenting. Yeah, I'm presenting the
understand the
extremity
premise, though.
of it because it is that kind of extreme. If given the power that we normally give to men, we really aren't going to get the same benefit. And even directly, when it comes to like the average man, women don't really see the average man. So why would they care that the average man struggles?
So I gotta go. Aaron, what's going on with the chat, bro? Like,
Wait,
it's like the entire chat is trolls or something.
Well,
I don't
you
be
asked the
studying the
wrong
chat.
question, dog.
I
Yeah.
don't be.
wait,
All right,
can I
to
just
get
make
back
a
on
correction real
topic,
quick?
right? Because
Can I make
here's
can I make a correction real quick?
here's
I
something
just
that
want to make a correction. Cheeky, I just want to make a correction real quick. I stated JP Morgan. I meant to say Goldman Sachs. My bad. I just want to, because that is a crucial correction. Like it wasn't JP Morgan. It's Goldman Sachs that
Are you
I was
talking about that $10 billion initiative?
yes, that
well,
was
not just the
yes.
10 billion, but they actually had like internal like commitments to black women as well. Like they had the external facing one, the $10 billion commitment, and then they had internal ones as well. And like in terms of quotas to hire more black women specifically, et cetera, et cetera. So
Yeah,
that's
but
what I was talking about.
banks are historical for mid-level management diversity. It's upper level management that is least diverse. But that's
Right.
common.
That's why
That's
I was
common
saying
amongst
like they have all these
all
VP
things, though.
positions. That's why I was
Yeah.
saying they have all these VP positions that ultimately like those titles don't really like at most companies VP means something. When I hear somebody tells me they're a VP at Goldman Sachs
Oh yeah,
or
that
JP
still don't
Morgan,
mean nothing.
like to me it's like it doesn't mean shit to me.
It means nothing. I know a bunch of people that got that VP title. It means nothing.
It doesn't mean a damn thing yet.
Nothing, bro. Nothing at all. Nothing.
So there's oh, go ahead.
No, well, I want to touch. Well, I want to let you go first before I talk about this dynamic of this power that's requested because I want to touch on that. Go ahead.
And well, that's what I was getting ready to touch on. I was going to touch on it because, right, Amber asked, "What is the solution to this issue?" It doesn't seem like men's nature is going to change. It seems like we're just going to be discriminatory. But, I mean, if we go with the ideology that is presented by the woman or most women in the workplace who have this idea that they're just going to always be seen as less than because they're women. If we can't change it, and most, for example, I'll show this study because the thing is, we say things, and I'm not the first person to be like, yeah, that's just true. I'll try to look into it, right? But when you have things that'll tell you that women actually prefer this they prefer men, like it's just true, right? So this is an article from the Atlantic. Why don't more women want to work with other women? Most Americans don't care about the gender of their coworkers, but those who do prefer men by a wide margin. So how are we supposed to change this dynamic, right? This dynamic of power if men are always the ones in power and most women, right? Well, most people don't really care, but both men and women are going, if I had to choose, it would be men. How are we supposed to correct that, especially when it says stuff like this? All right.
Oh,
So a
easy.
reoccurring issue in glass ceiling debates revolves around whether women are either directly or indirectly excluded from high-level jobs. Many offices tend to promote people according to a concept called homosocial reproduction. Essentially, the spoils go to the workers who move in the right social circles. Social circles. If your workplace is a boys' club where the high performers smoke cigars and play golf together, this theory would dictate that the next big promotion is likely not going to be to the quiet female analyst who knits during lunchtime. That's why this one fact from a Pew survey released last month is so devastating. Pew asked 2,000 people if they would prefer with men or women. Most, 78% of men and 76% said they didn't care. But for the 22% who did have a preference, it's men who get the nod from both sexes by about a 2-to-1 margin, right? And here's the graph, or the graph to indicate that. So most people do not care, and the remaining, the 7% is women, and then the remaining is 14. Most women don't care. 5% say women, and the remainder says 18. Right, and they even did it by generation, right? So I'll skip it just to get to the point. I don't mind reading these things, but I just want to, for the flow of the conversation. So for millennials, most prefer to work with men. For Generation X, by a wide margin, most prefer men. Boomer, most prefer men. Silent, most prefer men. If this dynamic is supposed to be fixed, then how is it that we can fix it if every preference is toward a man? We can't
Well, I
really
got
fix that.
I got your quick answer. It's
Go ahead.
conditioning. It's conditioning. They
Yeah.
like we were brought up this way to think that men are leaders. Since we were young, they conditioned us to think we have to break the cycle. We have to break this conditioning. Women are leaders too. The men did this to us, and so we believe we can make this change, and we're going to fight for justice. Like they're going to claim it's conditioning, but everywhere we go, every little city we go, like all the women say, I prefer to work with men. So that's what they're gonna say. It's
So
conditioning.
so here's something that because I saw that coming, right? Of course, me being me, I'll try to think ahead a little bit. I'm not the best at it, but I try, you know.
I think it's so.
Cool. Hi, my name is Maya Milusheva. I'd like to start with a short.
She's kind of low. Can y'all hear her? I don't know if you can hear it.
We can hear. Well, I
It's
can hear.
good. Yeah,
Okay.
Yeah, she's good.
Myself. I'm a woman in IT, obviously. I'm a CEO of a quite profitable IT company. I'm a mother as well, so you would say I went through quite a lot in the IT industry. So I have the experience and authority to talk about this topic. Now, what I want to say is that the whole talk about women in IT is usually a bad thing for us. Because basically what it says is, well, it's okay to have lower income. It's okay to do worse than boys in the IT industry because, well, there's a world conspiracy against you. You know, people hate you. That's why. So that's why I'm against the whole talk. Also, I did some recruiting because I have a company. And also I went to a school that had like 8 girls and 100 boys. So, you know, I'm quite used to being around a lot of boys. The whole thing is, girls are usually quite lazy. They're just not that good programmers. Sorry, but that's true, honestly. They just don't want to get their hands dirty to do the job. And when I tried to do some recruiting, I intentionally wanted to recruit women. And at the end, I failed to do so. Do you want to know why? Because most of those girls were usually just cheating, and they were just not good programmers. At the end, I had to recruit boys. And that's why I think the whole talk about let's recruit more women is bad, because at the end, you're recruiting worse programmers. At the end, your company is going to suffer. You're gonna lose some money. I know it's trendy to talk about women in IT, but I think women should just start studying more and getting the job done. And I honestly don't see girls staying up until late at their office and working that often. No, it's usually boys staying there. Why? I don't know. So that's what I want to say. I think the whole lecture should be removed, and I think it's just bullshit.
Okay.
Look at the reaction.
What do I?
Okay. Okay, everyone has its own opinion. I just want to say one thing, make one thing clear. The whole idea of this presentation is not the sentence, we should recruit more girls. No, we know there is a meritocracy system, and each company should recruit the best program there. The whole idea of this kind of projects and communities is just to spread the word that, hey, there is a project where you can really come, and if you want to really learn, you can learn. Then it's not our responsibility how people may want to just make use of what is offered. We just want to make sure that there is people who are making a career here. They are overcoming the
So that is a female CEO who doesn't want women working for a company. She's in tech. There's nothing I can do about that. I didn't make this up. I just remember seeing this video while I was in school learning how to code because I was in computer science. And what's funny is there was a point where me and a couple of friends would be at school till like 9 o'clock, 10 o'clock, right? Trying to learn and teach each other how to code. And there weren't any women there initially, right? Of course, like when we started having parties and when I started initiating parties and having food and stuff there, I mean, it came, and then eventually it did come. But this idea that women are just being discriminated against, I would have to challenge that, because if a CEO says, I'm recruiting strictly for women, I'm hoping to find women, I'm looking for this, but they just don't perform as well or they cheat. And what she means by cheating is it's not hard to find another code, right? Somebody worked on previously and then just make minor adjustments to, some of the lines of code that they have, because it could be an issue or your professor may ask you to do a particular detail with the code. So you've got to change this a little bit or change that a little bit. You just got to know how the if then statements or things like that work in order to happen. But she said, I don't know why, but women are not the ones that are staying up late at night to do this. I can't explain this. I don't know why it is. It's just not happening. Certain things are just,
Work-life balance, Cheeky.
And I want
Like,
to just piggyback. I'm sorry.
oh, go ahead, Amber. Go ahead.
I need, because I'm also in the chat and I'm seeing everybody will say she's a foreigner, she's a foreigner. No. So in 2016, I was the media director for one of the largest Black tech incubators in the nation. Spearheaded a team of 12 people, and they were actually teaching the community here on the south side of Chicago how to code. CSS, JavaScript, HTML, the whole 9 yards. And who kept showing up? Men. It was I think maybe at the 3 years I was there, all the free classes, we went around the country doing 12-hour hackathons. It was only men showing up, maybe 2 women, and they were not women of color. So I just want to say it's not because she's a foreigner. Like, this is true in the tech industry.
This is facts.
So
I actually, one thing I've noticed.
real quick, y'all, real quick. So I got a homie from school that I went to school with. You there? You there?
What y'all talking about?
Cheeky struggle streaming again.
I'm not struggle streaming, you jerk. Can you hear me?
All right, Mike,
yeah, we can hear you, bro.
What are you talking about?
Okay, bet. So you remember when we was in school, right? And we was learning how to code. How long do you think we stayed at that school from day one till about the end?
I remember the sun being in my face when I went there, and in my face when I left. So,
so sun up till sun up, pretty much, right?
Right.
So do you remember, right, the study group that we initiated? It was me, you, and pretty much Octavius, right? Right. Initially, how many people do you think was there in our study group trying to learn how to code?
You talking about like after we moved from like the theater room to the
Yeah, well, not after, like you remember in the very beginning, I had just made the statement, hey guys, I'm starting a study session. And initially it just started off with me and Octavius. So before we went into the study room or into the theater, like when we just had the little classroom, it was just me. It was only a couple people.
Mm-hmm.
And we would spend easily probably 12, 14 hours at school.
Yeah, I was there.
And
especially when we start bringing out PlayStation and shit.
Exactly. Now, when we start bringing out the fun time, when we started having the fun times, how many people was there?
Mm-hmm.
We're not going to. We just know an exorbitant amount of people was there. Now, how many people were there in the beginning that you think were women?
In the very beginning, or are you talking about after the fact?
Well, very beginning.
Very beginning, probably was like definitely single digits, maybe like I want to say like, because I know Elijah was there initially, so maybe like 5. I can't remember who else. 4 or 5. Me, you, Octavius before he had to go to work. Elijah started coming in there.
Right.
Just 4.
So just 4, and then when expand it and start having a little bit more fun, everybody
Oh,
can.
one-
So that's
one-
including men and women.
Right.
That was pretty much. I just wanted somebody to confirm that, right? Like this idea that coding or being in IT was just you just figured it out and you didn't have to put in that much work.
Yeah, you couldn't just think it was gonna come to you.
I mean, Cheeky, that's actually
Tax problem. It was like we were trying to figure out how do we make it not equal this or equal something. It was like you had to do equal.
Bro, you remember we had to teach ourselves code that the teacher didn't teach us yet. We had to learn ahead of the game.
Yeah.
That I just needed somebody to confirm that. I'll see y'all the next get together, but I think people just got an idea of what something may be, and they just need to know it's not what it is. All right, but I appreciate your time, fam. I'll see y'all probably next week or so.
Yo, Cheeky, this is across the board.
All right,
though,
fam. Be
Cheeky.
safe.
It's not just this is not just with like coding, Cheeky. It's even with like startups, right? So
No, Jonathan. I know that, right? Because I've literally worked not my entire life, but pretty much my adult life before I was 18 and after 18. Men work more. They just do. I don't remember men calling off of work. I don't remember men calling off for work a lot, or when I was working in the service industry. When I was in construction, it was mainly men. You couldn't call off because if you didn't work, you didn't get paid. When it came down to school, the study halls, I was the one initiating them because I wanted to make sure we cultivate a group of people who want to be successful and learn. And tech, in every instance, in every situation, most of the guys that I was surrounded by were men, and it wasn't that women didn't get the invite; they just didn't want to come until the fun came.
And actually, Cheeky, here's the other thing is that men actually want to do this. It's not like we're forced, right? Because then this is important, right? Because similar to your experience, like when I was running my company Runaway and we were at the Harvard Innovation Lab, I remember like I used to be one of the few people that would be at the iLab past midnight, right? It used to be me, my buddy Brian, who's like a general partner at Graph Venture, one of the Silicon Valley investment firms, my buddy Vidal, the guys who started a company called Tetra Science, right? At the time they were just building their startup. It used to be us. Like it was like, it'd be after midnight and we were over there. Sometimes some of these guys didn't even take a shower, Cheeky. Like it would be stinking up in there. No, listen. No. Let me make this point. Aaron. What I'm getting at is that we had female startup founders, right? In fact, even one better. My co-founder was a female, and she actually literally lived next door to the iLab. And by the time it hit like 6, 7 p.m., she was gone, right? And that's cool. Like I didn't force her to stay. I wanted to stay, right? But guess what? Most of the times when you were at the iLab past midnight, the only people you saw at the iLab were men. The guys who founded Tetra Science, Brian, me, Vidal, like we were the ones at the iLab past midnight, working hard, right?
Fam.
And so but then at the end of the day, when these women don't get the same results, right?
Then
they get mad and say, "Oh, it's because y'all are men," but they don't understand. Like some of these men barely took showers.
Actually, wait. I would argue. I would argue it is because we're men, though.
Wait. Hold up. This is
not
very
in the way
important,
she means.
Hold up. This is very important. Conservative, hold up, right? Because this is very important. I want to point out the fact that we're not forced to do this, right? Like I highlighted Tetra Science. It's a huge billion-dollar company today. This is a company that at the time they were just like a couple startup founders at a lab, right? At a lab, we were working on this, and they were right next to me. And these brothers, I'm telling you from experience, these guys barely took showers. That's how passionate they were.
All right, stinky guys. Okay, we don't want to hear.
Listen, now you have women who were part of the same program, right? And they will claim they did not get investment because they were women, but they don't understand that these men who are now running $1 billion company, they barely fucking took showers to be able to do that.
Okay, all right, stinky guys. So what I found out is this: having this conversation has really made me think, and I said, you know what I realized? Nobody's a bigger advocate for women than men. And women are nowhere near an advocate for men. When have y'all seen women telling men, hey, you can get in the beauty industry. We love to teach you how to open a salon. Here go these programs. Never. Women only advocate for other women. So to be fair, hypothetically, Wouldn't it make sense for men to advocate for men? But we don't. We're way more harsh to men.
Can I just put some sense in here real fast? Can we look at the biological implications here? Historically, men are drones. I mean, historically, right? Majority of men, right? Thousands of years ago, we would just go off into war and just for what real reason? To protect homeland, whatever. But women naturally, like biologically, you look up studies on this, they seek power and they will sleep to the top. They seek that power. And it's biological, because if another tribe came in, let's talk thousands of years ago. If another tribe came in, those women would be like, all right, old men are gone, new men are in. That's the way it was. So men are willing to make that sacrifice constantly, whatever goals it is, and because it's biologically just programmed in men. Like, name me a woman that is going to climb 1,000 feet in the air and build a skyscraper. Maybe a handful, if that. Men will be lined up day and night to do that. It's just,
well, Bumpkin, the other side of that argument, I mean, that reality, and it's something that I've explored on my own channel, but this is why all cultures, especially any culture of note, anything that you could mention historically in society, they more or less had some level of restriction on their women. In any culture that's actually risen up and been able to conquer and dominate other cultures and survive the onslaught of other cultures, they've had a strict role for the men and the women. And it's not to say that the women were just oppressed. That's a word that gets thrown around too casually, but it was never a given that the woman would just be in charge of whatever situation she found herself in. And I think that's something that's kind of been lost, as I was saying before. We kind of forgot like the nature of men and women, but that is a reality of it. As men, the reason why there's been cultures with rules that put women in a certain place is because there's been a tacit acknowledgement among the men that if you let the women get too much power and authority, they'll probably ruin the lives of the men around them directly, and indirectly kind of ruin the culture on the whole. This is why they say women can be the fall of civilizations.
So to kind of bring it back, right? The purpose of the conversation and the purpose of showing a video was to try to figure out how do we balance a power dynamic that seems to be imbalanceable due to work ethic alone, right? And then the opportunity for women to actually take those things and do it on their own. Even the CEO of women are going, I don't want to do this with women. So if we can't really adjust this power dynamic, and we can't do, and women are not being extreme or confident enough to take these things into their own hands and completely cutting off men, there is no real solution. So the complaints are circular, and there's no honest opinion, there's no honest thought about changing or wanting to be better, right? You cannot continue to say men are the problem, men are the issue, men are this, men are that. And then you start to realize throughout history, or throughout how things work, throughout power, like Bumpkin said, biologically, women are sleeping to the top. If we get rid of men, then you don't progress. And if we put you all in one area, you don't progress. So what is the problem?
we have to accept the reality as a culture. And I'm talking about an American culture, because I'm not black. But we have to accept the reality of men and women. Neither is superior, okay? But they both have their roles to be played. Okay. There's a reason why men don't live as long as women. Okay. I mean, no matter throughout any time in history, like I was saying, men just don't live as long as women, because we put ourselves in we're willing to straight up sacrifice ourselves for pretty much anything, honestly. But we have to accept that. We have to have this sort of cultural revolution, finally getting away from this backwards neoliberal thinking that we just can progress to the point beyond the void. It's just we're just spiraling down. We're just spiraling down into nothingness, into chaos, and it's not.
I guess I ain't.
I think on a practical level, if you're asking about
Saying
solutions,
part of
and
we.
Bumpkin is right.
You
I'm just
freezing up,
saying
Sway.
Bumpkin is right. Yeah, yeah. You trying to jump in there?
Oh, sorry. Can y'all hear me?
Now, yeah, but
Can
you
y'all hear
kind
me?
of borging out.
Yeah, we can hear you, light skinned
Sorry,
man. We can hear you.
I was opening my Premiere so I can finish editing this video. But anyways, shoot, damn, I was thinking of saying I don't agree with Bumpkin on that whole sacrificing thing, man. I ain't sacrificing myself on anything. You, I don't know any of y'all sacrificing yourself for anything because I don't think none, you tripping on that one. But I get the hyperbole, but we ain't. That was a stretch.
What do you mean? Like when you say you're not
He
sacrificing
was.
yourself?
He said men are
No, no,
basically
he's
sacrificing
not wrong.
themselves for anything at this point. That's what he said. I said, no, I'm not. That's my first
Sway,
thought.
Sway.
Sway, in a functioning society, that's how things work, right? And I get your position because you're saying there's nothing in it for me, so why would I sacrifice? And that's kind of taking us to the solution part of the conversation. But in a traditional setup, like if you're a man with a family to raise, and it's important to you that you take care of your family, you sacrifice your time and your body and your knowledge or whatever to earn a living to take care of your family. That's just the basics of sacrifice without even going to like, Normandy, Saving Private Ryan and all that glorious shit. But in general, that's what he meant when he said men are drones or whatever. It's just the way things work. Men work and sacrifice our days to take care of our families while the women stay home and physically take care of the family.
Well, that stuff is over. So, like,
Oh yeah.
Present day,
All right, I can talk about present day. The way forward is complete right to association. Then they have nothing to complain about. So right now in the United States, there's certain laws in place stating that diversity laws, or you have to have a certain amount of women in your company and you'll get a tax write-off, or you have to have blah 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 blah. Take that all away. Right to association. Leave it as a blank slate. If someone wants to go out and make an all-women company, they can. If someone wants to go out and make an all-men company, they can. And you leave it at that. You leave it at that.
But they can do that right now.
Can they though? Because listen,
I don't think you can.
They can't.
So anybody can go out and start their own company.
It's illegal, isn't it? No, it's illegal to have a company of only men. I think that's the problem. I don't know if it's equally illegal to have a company of only women. That may be a legal gray area. But I know for a fact you can't just only hire men. And then after a certain point in growth, you will get noticed.
I want to talk about that part. Oh.
So this again, we're more so dealing with the idea, the concept, right? More than we are the technicalities behind it. Because a woman can start an all-woman company, which is how you get a woman CEO saying, "I'm trying," intentionally. She's openly discriminatory and saying, "I'm looking for women, not men, but I have to hire men because women aren't adequate enough." The idea, right, or the thing that we're challenging is this idea that men are the actual issue. Because if men are the actual issue, then that means you should exclude them due to the nature of them being an issue. But the problem is when statistics and other things are saying we prefer men in the workplace, and not only do we prefer men in the workplace, but they're actually more productive, we start pointing the fingers back at the women that are complaining about these things. If you are saying I am a woman, I am being discriminated, and then we look at your time, your work hours, women CEO, or hyperbolic, right? One woman CEO doesn't represent all. But for the one we do have, she goes, women just don't work hard enough. They don't have the same skills or whatever. You can no longer put it on men. So now how do we determine, or not only how do we determine, but what is the actual solution that is practical enough to exclude men or separate men from the problem that women are saying that they're having?
There is none.
The problem is the problem is the solution. I mean, the solution is in the problem, and it's a weird way to look at it. But I'm telling you, this is how it could play out in the future, right? I think you probably mentioned this already in the stream, like the Mike Pence rule. And Mike Pence was the vice president of Trump, and he was sort of made famous for never being alone with a female staffer ever. No woman of any sort will ever be alone with Mike Pence, just so I can circumvent having any kind of misunderstandings, any awkward moments, any rumors about anything. And I think if you extrapolate that idea to men broadly, what's going to happen, what would have to happen is individually men are just going to start pulling back from women. And basically the way I say it is just stop helping women. Like, like this idea of believe all women, like that was literally a movement at one point in this country. Men are just going to start reflexively believing no women. And that's the only real defense to this type of offense. Like you're going to say all men suck. Okay, well, I don't know if I trust you women, because women are forcing men into that position. I know it's an uncomfortable thing to consider, but what are your alternatives other than to meet the energy that you've been given?
That last point is fair.
Very fair.
Shout out to Jack. He says, which job markets do women most excel at? Which are the hardest? Which ones are impossible for women that have nothing to do with the patriarchy? Well, I'm torn because that first video Cheeky played, she said our companies would be destroyed as men if we didn't fix the environment for the women
and cultivate the ideas and creativity of women. But then you have a woman that's a CEO go, I can't hire women. No one knows how to do it.
We just got to accept that we've been lied to. We've all been lied to about the nature of women. And then once we accept that, we can swallow the bitter pills a lot easier. It's just a simple issue of psychology.
The problem is they're telling young women this all there are women that are feminists from patriarchal backgrounds from other countries. They come here and all of a sudden, oh, feminist time, woman power. And I'm like, okay, so if younger women are thinking this way towards men, and I don't care what any woman says, she can say whatever they want. We just gonna disagree. When you claim to be a feminist, you are in fact anti-men in a way. You are in a sense saying, hey, I think we can do whatever men can do. And most likely we have to prove that because you guys look at us at a disadvantage, or you guys look at us as we cannot do it. So in some way, shape, or form, when you say you're a feminist, you're at war with men. You can say whatever you want. Oh, no, it just means equality. Well, I don't believe you. In any capacity, there is some friction that you feel towards men in some way, shape, or form. It's just not about equality because you're smart enough to know equality doesn't exist. And then when we say, okay, we'll concede your point. Here's America. Here's the freedom. You can spend your money to start your own company however you want. What they'll say is, men won't lend us money. And then in the same argument, women will say, well, there are successful women. Well, go get their money. Or admit that women won't lend you money either. Don't just say men. Say women won't lend to us or men won't lend to us. But what they'll only do is highlight the men. You see what I'm saying? Like Oprah got money to lend to y'all, but say women don't lend to us and men don't lend to us. But what they'll say is, well, the women been indoctrinated to not want to lend to women. That's what they're inclined to do. Look, y'all can say all y'all want that feminist means equality, but we don't believe that. Most 99+% of men and not agreeing with that in any way, shape, or form. You have some type of battle against men for you to take that position. It's the only way.
Absolutely. And I got to head out pretty soon. But all I'm going to say is let's look at the root problem. Okay. The root problem is in business. The root problem is men have granted women to have the monopoly over the bedroom. You get what I'm saying? The monopoly over you get what I'm saying. They have the monopoly over the entire society is pandered to women. Okay. We pander the entire Western society to women. It's the way it is. The moment men stop pandering to them, is the moment they'll come back in line. I'm just saying, it's the moment they'll come back in line.
I
It's
kind of I made that same observation. I frame it a little bit differently. Women own the children, and because women essentially hold a family unit hostage, they have men fall in line under that sort of um Faustian bargain, right? That's the problem that's really going on in America, really, because women can hold the family unit hostage. They can force certain behaviors out of men, and those behaviors are getting further and further detrimental to men on the whole.
right, because the whole concept of, not a dynasty, but your legacy. Men have these prescriptions like honor, legacy. What are my grandchildren's children going to think about me? All of that, and they definitely. I like that the Faustian bargain. That's a good way to say that.
Um, again, I think I think the concept of the show, the idea of the show, there's just nothing we can honestly do about it because the solutions given would require men to leave, but women don't want that to happen. Women don't want it because they don't prefer it. Women don't want it because they can't sleep their way to the top. Women don't want it because they actually enjoy management. It seems to be an excess amount of the problem. It seems to be they're not comfortable with the amount of power that they do have, but they're not comfortable with accepting the responsibility of more power. So now that neither of those things can be solved or answered, is almost like we're at a standstill. And then if you ask women, what do you want? They're going to always tell you, well, we shouldn't separate. But if men are actually as big of a problem as they're saying, what more is there left to do? Because all the women in the chat while we were talking, of course, you shouldn't say that. Y'all are this, y'all are that. You say, y'all are. How can you say that about women? And then I have more evidence, right? It's not like I stop here. I have a gender. Women in majority male workplaces report higher rates of gender discrimination. I have more things to support the idea that women should just go ahead and step away. But even with all of those things and even with all of those complaints, they're not going to do it because they know manipulation is always going to be part of who they are as a creature, right? You don't get Debbie Lee, right? And this is why me and you think she's calculated, because all women in my head are calculated. I refuse to look at women as less than, right? Because that if you do that, you're liable to die, whether it be, social suicide, political, or career. Women are calculated enough, and um women are understanding that they need men to move forward.
Yes.
And they understand that they're allowed to play victim and perpetrator or predator at the same time. They're one of the very few creatures that I can think can do that besides a parasite, right? Where you're a victim technically because you need this thing to survive, but you latching on to something is continuously sucking it dry. I don't understand, or I don't know how we navigate or move around it, especially when they continue to say we don't want to be around each other. So we need something continuously to be put to blame.
This is the point in the problem where I have to just lay everything else beyond this in the lap of men, and it's an uncomfortable thing because a lot of us, especially us being black, a lot of us are raised by our moms. Even those of us who are raised in families with a mother and a father, you probably were raised in a family where everybody loved mom. Dad loves mom probably more than mom loved dad or something like that. It's just we're raised in this sort of matriarchal environment, and the problem that we got to overcome as men psychologically is to just accept the fact that we are fighting a type of war. So when we say things like the gender war or whatever, you got to understand that this war has been waged upon us for quite a long time. And even now, to this day, right in this moment, men as a group refuse to acknowledge that we are, in fact, in a type of war. Women are looking at men like, yeah, nigga, I want your spot, and I'm going to do whatever it is that I need to do, whatever I can conceive to do to get what I want from you. That's what I'm going to do. If I have to lie on you, if I have to tell all the world how horrible you are, I'm going to do it. If I have to make up a story about what you did to me, I'm going to do it. And that's the situation that men find themselves in with women. Yet there's this refusal to sort of acknowledge that reality. It's like, ultimately we still love them. And that's the problem. That's why it's hard for men to kind of really formulate a
Well,
solution, like you're saying, Cheeky, because ultimately men love women and women love power, and we don't realize what's going on.
well, ultimately, women are finding out that men are not operating how they used to operate. So they call them weak men. But what happens is these men are not as easily to manipulate, and the ones that they can manipulate don't have a benefit. So I think they're struggling with that. They used to be able to manipulate men and gain something from most men that they engage with. They don't have that option anymore. Most of the men that they engage with that allow for manipulation, uh, those men have no value to them. And the ones that are powerful enough are not even playing these games no more. Mike Pence ain't even let you in the arena. Get away from me. And a lot of men have adopted that. So what I'm finding is this: it's not that men don't realize that there is some type of war engaged here. The issue is women want to pretend like there's not one, right? So they're saying, in a sense, men are this particular issue, but they not identify that women are actually their issue. Most women are competing with women, and they want this power dynamic, which I played the video earlier to highlight. People that want to seek power, they study them and say those people are actually corrupt people in general. There's a huge desire
Well,
for women to get power. No, I'm just telling you based on public
Aaron,
study. Go ahead.
no, I get that, but what I'm saying is, if you acknowledge that, why do we take their claims and their complaints on face value? That's the point I was making. When we've been conditioned as a society, as Western men, because we're black, we're Western, whatever, however we like, whatever we like about that, whether or not we like it. I mean, we're Western, and Western culture, you've been raised to believe that women are sugar and spice and everything nice, and so in a world where you've been raised to believe all women, I'm saying the only pill to fight against that is to believe no women. So when they say that, oh, I've been abused and this is what happened to me, don't believe it. Now you're going to be the bad guy, you're going to be the asshole, and they're going to call you all kind of bad names. But if you're asking me what men can do and what sort of posture you got to take to get out of this, don't believe women. Start from there, and then all of their complaints have less and less power over you.
I don't think that will work, because you have to have some type of principle. And even if women lie, you can't make that determination predetermined. You have to go by case. So you're going to have to believe a lot of things that women say, but you don't have to believe it in totality. You have to obviously prove it to be true. But I don't think men are designed to look at their mothers and their daughters and be like, I don't believe you. So, and most people have family members that they exist with. So I don't think that would work.
I think those are the only people you should extend that courtesy to. And even then, you got a responsibility to verify, because as the man in that family, you're believing the women who said something happened. You're willing to put yourself on the line physically for that belief. So you better be damn sure you're doing something right for the right reasons. And outside of that little framework, why the fuck would I believe some strange woman that something happened to her?
Well, I mean, I don't think men are doing that right now.
Robbie, I see you.
I'm just saying real
No,
quick,
I get it, but how do you think they look at us? But I'm sorry to cut you off, Robbie.
no, it's fine. You know what? I'm just gonna say this really quickly. Let's stop all the nonsense. Black men don't like black women. Black women don't like black men. So divest.
I love black women.
Whoa,
No,
whoa,
no,
whoa,
Jay
whoa, whoa.
Bizzle. No, Jay
Wait a
Bizzle. We're
minute.
not talking about anecdotal, individuals. We're talking about the prevailing
I like my
majority.
mama.
Robbie, you ever seen a really like glowing chocolate sister?
I know, because I don't be looking at women like that. I've seen some glowing chocolate
Well,
brothers,
let
and
me
they
let me
wearing
tell you,
modern.
Robbie. They
Hold on, Jay
Robbie, let
Bizzle.
me tell you
Hold on.
something. They be looking delicious, Robbie.
That's awesome. I think the glowing chocolate brothers that are non-modern, you know what I'm saying? ABMs look glowing and delicious as well. Like, let's just cut through the tomfoolery, the shenanigans, and the nonsense. Like, if there's such a problem within the community that doesn't exist anyway, let's just all divest. We got passport bros, we got
Y'all can't
passport
divest.
sisters.
What black people
Wait,
can't
what?
divest
Hold on.
nowhere,
Wait,
man.
wait,
Like
wait,
you
wait,
said,
wait,
every
wait,
time
y'all. Before we start
Wow.
going into this
Wow.
black and white thing that nobody
I
was
didn't go into
talking
black
about,
and
Wow,
white.
I didn't even say black or white. I said divest. I think it's
I
very
didn't say
you
interesting.
know, you literally said
You
black
literally
men
brought that
don't.
up, Robbie.
Wait, stop, 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 stop.
No, that's not
No,
what I said.
you said why are we acting? Black men don't like black women, and black women don't like black men. But I beg
Right.
to, but that's not the topic of this
Yeah,
conversation.
we're not talking
So,
about
so here's what I'm
black.
going to do in good faith is just redirect you to the topic. So then that
Okay.
way, all right. So the topic is, do you in the workplace environment, do you think that women are discriminated against in the workplace?
Of course they are, and there's been several class action lawsuits that verify the point. But it's always don't believe women. So even when it
No,
comes
no,
down to
Robbie, Robbie,
working,
Robbie, Robbie, Robbie. Nobody's saying that don't believe women. I actually think you could be right.
Well,
Or you all
Hood
right.
just said
Oh,
that. To
wait,
be
wait, wait, wait,
fair,
wait.
to be
If you
fair,
say wait, hold on. If you're saying there's class action lawsuits, that means you can look these things up and they're there. I believe that they are there. I'm not saying women haven't been discriminated against, and I'm not saying it's all in their head.
okay.
Would you agree with this suggestion, right? Because at this point, we just out of curiosity, we
Hmm.
came up with a theory, and I think it's a good idea, but you let me know what you think as a woman. We need to
Okay.
separate, we need to separate men and women from the workplace. I think women would actually thrive in an environment because you won't have to worry about certain things that men are known to do because of their predatory nature, i.e., harass women, i.e., um, try to take advantage of women, i.e., women feeling coerced into a sexual interaction, those things. You can completely eliminate those threats or those factors of women being mismanaged or whatever the case in the workplace if women have their own section and area, same resources,
Cheeky,
same
you
Um.
skip
well,
past an
no, I'm
important
asking
point.
Raw B because you've been talking.
mm.
Raw B, what do you say?
I say even if you separated out women from men, there would still be issues. I mean, if you look at the case of the Think CEO, who is a woman, and her egregious behavior against women under her employ with sexual harassment and things of that nature, women just simply aren't safe.
Wait, so you're telling me women are even sexually harassing women?
Yes.
Oh my god, I can't
Oh my
deal with
days.
this shit. I
Wait,
can't
wait.
do
So
this.
hold up, hold
You
up.
know,
Well,
you
you
know who
heard
I
it, bro. You
said.
heard it.
We skip past
Women
some
aren't
important
even
points
safe
though.
around women,
We
bro.
skip past.
So
Hold up. We skip past some
why am
important
I the
points
bad
though.
guy?
Oh
Hold up. We
wow.
skip
I,
past
I
an
That's the
important
wasn't.
man's
point
fault.
though.
I
We
That's
wasn't.
the
skip
man's
past an
fault.
important
Okay.
point. Rob B said that there's been lawsuits and whatnot, right? And actually, when you say that, Robbie, what you don't realize is that you prove that it's not some systemic issue because the reason why there can be lawsuits is because it's already illegal to do those things.
Oh no, what I was saying is there's been lawsuits against women as well. So to
No, but that's not
separate
my
out,
point. That's not my
but
point. My point is that when people talk
mm,
about this stuff, like men get to do this as if it's something that is sanctioned, that men can just do it impunity. But it's not true because it's already illegal to discriminate based on gender, race, sex, whatever, right? It's already illegal, right? It's illegal at the state level in pretty much every state, as far as I know. It's illegal definitely at the federal level, right? So
oh,
it's already illegal, which is why you can sue if you have evidence that this is actually happening, which means it's not, which by definition means it's not some systemic issue, right? That where women just get discriminated against and there's no recourse for them, right? It's not sanctioned, which means it's more. In other words, it's a case by case situation where if it does happen, the men who do it they get reprimanded. And in fact, we live in a society today where Men are reprimanded before they're even proven guilty, right?
So
Their lives are already
actually,
destroyed before they're even proven guilty.
actually, that's not necessarily true. But my point was to what
Wait, what's
Chiki
not
had.
true?
Men are not necessarily vilified before they're proven guilty because a lot of times
Are
before
you serious
a
right now?
case, a lot of times before a case can even be brought to a place where a lawsuit is initiated, there has to be a massive amount of proof.
Wait. Robbie, are you telling me right now that men don't literally lose
We
that, like
can't
that?
argue something that if she just don't agree.
No,
This
no,
is not
no.
one of
But
those
she's
things.
arguing something that is like obvious in our face every day.
You,
Men, the
you
moment a random
Stop
woman makes an
believing
accusation.
women, bro. You see how
So
simple
Well,
my
I
strategy
you
also
is?
disagree.
You see how
oh
you
much
don't have
God,
time we
to
could
please
have
don't
saved
do
if you
this to
just
me,
didn't
man.
believe
I
any
don't
of
know
his
how much
foolishness
patience
that
I
she
you
got,
said?
dog. No
don't
cap.
you don't have
Conservative.
to
I also
believe
don't agree with you on that
me.
point. I also don't agree
You
with you
don't
on that point.
you
Conservative.
don't have to.
I don't think not believing women is a solution either, right? Like I don't think it's an either or. Like
Oh,
I think at the end of the day, I think at the end of the day, it's not about believing women. My issue, I think the real issue that we have today is that whether or not you believe the woman, it's the fact that a man's life can be destroyed before any of the claims are proven true. Like whether or not I believe like this happened to this woman or this happened to this person, right? It's not like should this man's life be destroyed over that. So it's
this
not the point. The point is not about the believing. Is that it's the fact that now this man is losing opportunities. Is getting fired because the company doesn't want that name attached to them. Right? They're are losing sponsorship deals. Whatever. Like they're losing their livelihood is blowing up right in front of their faces before they've ever been proven to do anything. Right? That's the real issue. It's not whether or not you believe the woman, because guess what? She could be telling the truth. Right? So I don't want to make it about believing them or not. I think that's the wrong angle to look at it.
So, are
I
you
think
saying
I
that
think
you
you
believe that when something is brought, when a case is brought against someone, and there is a speculation that everyone should just err on the side of disbelief and that the person is innocent and continue to do business with them, further putting their business and their business reputation in jeopardy just to prove a point to let
Yes, I'm
someone's
no,
saying
life
I
yes.
think
I'm
remain
saying
intact?
I think you
I'm
should
if
treat
I
talking
have a
to
every
company,
case like
JB.
that.
if I have
I'm
a
talking to
company and,
JB.
and I have a if I have a company and one of my workers
Can we please?
is accused of some shit that they have not been proven for, I'm not firing them. I'm sorry, I'm not firing them just off of an allegation. That's crazy.
Okay, so Robbie, you were trying to address not that, but something different. What were you trying to address before?
Right, like I was saying in answer to your question, Cheeky.
Thank you.
Separating the genders out in the workplace is a non sequitur. It's a misnomer because there is still sexual harassment and discrimination as far as pay goes, regardless to who the company's CEO or founder is. It's based on how companies are structured, and there is quite a few cases to justify this. Like I said, the Think CEO is under heavy fire, and she has a massive ton of lawsuits against her for her business practices, even though that was a private company. They didn't even have HR. She was like talking to her female employees about their appendages and what have you, and she was really out of control with it. The lady from Theranos, she also had some bad practices, and she, went through the ringer, and she like had a $10 billion scam. Like there's a whole bunch of things that go on regardless to race or gender. In the workplace, a lot of things are just simply inappropriate. And it's really more so of a class issue than a gender issue.
So if that's the case, what why is there complaints solely about the men in the workplace? Do you think that men being in the workplace or men mistreating in the workplace is the majority of the issue? And that's something that we should tackle first, or do you just think this is a never-ending cycle of mismanagement of women?
This is a never ending cycle of mismanagement of power. And I fully believe that men are equally sexually harassed in the workplace. I just think men do not report their sexual harassment based on societal stigmas.
So if men aren't reporting these things and we don't have any real measure of that as of now, considering we just don't have it, is it safe to say that there's a level of acceptance of a particular culture by men from men and women are not wanting to accept that culture, so they should create their own with other women.
I think that men accept a lot, like even when it comes down to graping. Men get graped too, but men are
But
shamed if they listen to what I'm saying. But men are shamed if they report that crime that happens to them, right? So when it comes down to workplace harassment, men are harassed all the time. I've seen it plenty of times on plenty of jobs. And, I hear stories from other women too. They'll be like, ooh, look at Aaron over there by the water cooler. Ooh, he's looking all yummy or whatever. God forbid he has on some sweatpants and stuff like that. You know what I'm saying? They're objectifying him.
That's sexual
But because
harassment.
I
that is
think, yeah,
sexual
this is a very
harassment.
clever
This is
distraction you've just
man, this
done.
is crazy.
And
This
you
is
see what I
wait,
mean about,
this
like, I
this is
know I'm the
crazy, bro.
bad guy, but come on, she's
Wow.
freestyling so magnificently
guys,
right now.
calm down.
No, but
Civil.
it's actually insightful to hear her
Okay,
say this
okay, okay.
because
Civil.
you realize
Oh
like
God.
you realize at which level women start considering things crimes and whatnot, right? It's like a woman just making a claim,
Oh.
like saying that Aaron looks the type of way is apparently sexual harassment now.
Right, but now Jay Bizzle, you can
No,
say that. You can
no,
say that in a
no, no,
woman's
Wow.
mind.
no.
So y'all just gonna
No,
cut me
no,
off
no. You
like that.
guys are hijacking Cheeky's conversation. We're structured. You guys are off the hedges. Okay, so I'm gonna try this again.
All right,
Robbie,
all right.
Robbie, are there enough women in leadership and power positions in society?
Hmm. Now that is a good question. Honestly, I would say no, there could be more balance. However, I feel that power in and of itself is a corruptive entity because we all know absolute power corrupts absolutely. It doesn't matter the gender of the person in control. Having the power is where the bad behavior usually starts.
So
So
your counter is to get rid of power.
No, you cannot get rid of power. Someone is
Okay,
always
got it.
okay,
So
there we go.
I had to be sure because I wasn't
Because I
sure.
was thinking
no.
the same thing too.
No, we can't
No,
get rid of power, but we need to really look at the causative function. It's not gender, it's
okay,
class, it's power, it's the haves versus the have nots. In
okay.
every society that we've seen over the history of time, it has always been about whoever has the power, abusing power.
So don't bring them up. Don't bring them up.
Oh, okay.
So Robbie, I will ask you this then. Do you think women just want leadership roles, or do they want leadership roles over men specifically?
No, women want power
Why?
because women have been in a class to not have the power. Which is why usually when you see a woman that is given a position of power, there is a bit of overzealousness because it's not a functionality that has been given in history.
So is power not enough? Is it not enough to express power with
So y'all just gonna let
amongst
that
the same
slide?
gender? Like, is it not enough to be the most powerful woman in the woman workspace?
Is it enough for men to have the most power in a male driven workspace?
Absolutely.
Absolutely, it's not.
No. Absolutely.
Wait. So y'all just gonna let Rob B say what she just said? Y'all just gonna let Rob B say what she just said and keep it moving? That's what we doing?
Yes. Yes, we're
Yeah, this is
bypassing certain
fun.
things
This
for the
is
sake
really
of the
fun.
conversation and flow,
All right, y'all
Jonathan.
got it. Y'all
I
got it.
know you're
Let
not
me
good
fall
at it.
back.
You're so bad at it. You're absolutely the worst at it. But I need you to just take the chill pill and ride.
Okay,
Jesus
fair enough,
Christ.
Cheeky. You're right. You're right, Cheeky. Fair enough. I
JV
got
will be like this point. And this was like, bro, we can't go nowhere.
You're right. You're right. And I appreciate y'all for
So
that.
Raw B, you
Hmm.
just said women want power, right?
Yes,
Because let
absolutely.
me ask you this. Before women got in the workplace, do you think men were satisfied with the power that they had?
Absolutely not.
How do you figure that?
Because if men were satisfied with the power that they have the
You got to
wait,
come back. Please come. All right,
can y'all
right.
hear me?
Yeah,
Can you
repeat
hear
that
me?
last part. Yeah, repeat the
Okay.
last part for me.
So I'm gonna say this and then I gotta go. I got some stuff going on or whatever. You know,
Okay.
I've been ignoring a lot of these conversations because people just like to argue too much. B, when we come to captains of industry, right? The most powerful person was in leadership of one company or one industry. And what did they do? We have corporate takeovers and mergers to do what? Gain more power and expand territories. When we look at Marcus Aurelius had all of the power. And what did he do? Expanded his territory to amass more land and to amass more power. When we look at Genghis Khan took over and redefined all of the Mongolian Empire for what? The pursuit of power. People in power want more power. And if you guys don't see that, then you might want to revisit
Why are
history.
you okay? So no one's arguing that, but why are you expanding this to historical figures and not just what we know about work
Because
history? And
if we're talking about power, if we're talking
no, no,
about
no.
power, you said that people with absolute power are
I didn't say
satisfied with
absolute
power.
power. I
Well,
didn't say that.
with power, they have
What,
enough power.
Robbie? I'll restate. I'll restate the position.
Okay,
I
chicken.
said, why can't women just be satisfied with the power that they have over other women? And you said because they don't want to. And then I
Be-
said, do you think the same for men? And you said absolutely. Oh no, you asked us, do you think that men were satisfied with power over men? And I would say yes. Here's my reason, and you can give the counter to this. My reason is women were not in the workplace, and men more than likely did not care that women were in the workplace. It wasn't as if men were going, I need more people, including women, to work for me so I can have more power. They were satisfied with the power that they already had over men because men were already accepted to be there.
And the point that I made to you, which you are, I don't know, maybe you're not catching it, right? When it
Okay.
comes down to companies, if people who were in power in the workplace were satisfied with the mediocre amount of power that they were given over smaller industries, we wouldn't have expansion of businesses. Would you agree that most CEOs and CFOs look to expand their business?
That's a different.
Yes, I would agree with that, but that has nothing to
Okay.
do with this
No, it
idea.
does. It
It,
does though, because isn't expansion about power?
Bro, you gotta accept her as she is, bro. Take her as she is. This is what it is, not what you want it to be,
I
bro.
know,
This
I
is why
know,
I'm
I
like, how come
know.
y'all making me the
Yes.
bad guy? And I agree with Raw B. We don't
Hey,
necessarily like vibe with each other, but I understand her. And this is why I say she's the enemy and not to be trusted.
wait,
And you
wait,
guys are
wait, wait,
asking
wait.
all these trusting questions.
Well. Over here, Robbie is not an enemy. She is. She
right.
is. Me and her are really good people. So we not doing
Dude,
that.
I'm not insulting
Robbie
her.
is
I'm
a
not.
friendly
I'm making a
terrorist. Robbie
point.
is a
No, no,
friendly
I'm
I,
making
terrorist.
a point, bro. This is not a personal attack on Raw B because I've been around Raw B on other panels. I'm not coming at her like that. What I'm saying is that in the nature of things right now between men and women, you guys are taking this very blue pill. I just want to love you approach, and she like, nigga, didn't y'all guys conquer the world when y'all had y'all turn? I want to conquer the world now, and you
That's
over here
that's
singing love
Conservative.
songs.
The
Bro,
problem
that's
that's
is,
what
not
I'm
how
trying to point out.
wait. The issue is she's having a conversation like you're having a conversation. All right, that's the problem. You're saying we're taking this approach and we're really just having a conversation. Because if none of this really mattered, why are you up here? Right? We're having a
I'm not
conversation, a
saying it didn't
dialogue.
matter. I'm
Well,
saying you
okay,
don't
so
get where she's coming from. That's
who
where I
get
jumped in.
let
It's
me
not
no
that
no no
we're not
you're
having a
saying
conversation. I think you're not getting her.
you're saying we don't get where she's coming from, but what is the purpose of having a conversation if we all agree? No one disagrees with what you said earlier. No one disagrees with what JB said earlier. And the only person who's offered some level of pushback, albeit it was off kiltered and a little off sided because she just didn't know the topic. But if she's the only person offering us pushback, how can we further the conversation?
No, no. I think all right. Let me reset. This is why I jumped in the first place because you got to a point in your dialogue with Raw B where you were having an impasse, and you're saying no, it's this way, and she's saying no, it's that way, and I'm like, bro, why aren't you accepting her when she's saying it's this way? They don't care about the personal
Because
dynamic; they care about the power game.
so maybe you just don't think women can have conversation and their mind can be changed. But I beg to differ. I've done this before, Raw B. I've done it with plenty of other people, including women. And if you are able to hammer out a point to the position, if you're able to articulate yourself well enough, sometimes they don't have any option but to accept what is true. And if given the time and opportunity for anybody to do that on the panel, you can get somewhere. There's a reason why when I said something and it didn't get nowhere, Aaron tried to step in, because we're seeing, without it being said, a end goal that we could potentially get to. But if someone is upset at the fact that a woman that they disagree with don't see eye to eye with on an ideological level, and you just want to shut her down, how can we further a conversation or even make the show entertaining? We can't do it. So we can't stop at every single point you disagree with, like you and JB would like to do, and we can't continue forward because you just don't like our ideology. How's it supposed to work?
No, Cheeky, I don't think that's what's happening, right? So
it is what's
by the
happening.
way, no,
fair question. Fair question.
Cheeky, let me tell you, Cheeky, hold
I
up,
can't, bro.
let me respond.
Hey, dog.
Cheeky,
Look, I'll
hold
see you
up.
at Fight Club, dog. I can't do
Wait,
this.
Cheeky, how you gonna say that and then run away? What in the world?
It's not about running away.
Let me
It's
just
about
respond to what you
about
said.
it's about you. It's
Cheeky, I said I agree with you. Cheeky, I said I agree with you. Let me just respond to what you said.
Go ahead.
I'm just responding. I'm saying I think the disconnect, because I think you're right. I think the disconnect is that you're trying to lead somewhere, you're trying to get somewhere, right? Conservative is just basically, he's at the position that he's at where he basically just, sees it as this is what it is, like where there's no fighting them. So y'all just coming at it from different perspectives. I happen to agree with you because I'd rather just have the conversation and see how somebody really thinks, which is why I fell back when you said fall back. But I'm saying the disconnect is not, I don't think that conservative is actually necessarily just trying to shut her down. Conservative is just saying ultimately, like this is what it is, and you're not going to get anywhere. So that's the disconnect. That's what I'm saying.
But that's not.
But the issue is when you start saying you guys are taking a blue pill approach, and because you're just completely missing how conversations are going. That's where you start to tick me off, right? See, here's the thing: y'all just think that I'm just this incel freak dude who just goes off on people, and it's not true. I pick up everything that's going on, and I think it's a little unfair for somebody to just say things like that and already put a category and not quite understand how a panel operates or run, especially in a conversation. It's frustrating. All right,
take a deep breath, Cheeky.
I don't tell me to take a deep breath, because when you're on your rants, I'll let you rock. All right, let me get it off my chest, just like I let you get off your chest.
Damn, Cheeky is mad.
No, bro, because it is so frustrating. Y'all really don't understand that the amount of anything that it takes to interact with women, especially in this space, and then they finally come up here, and the first thing you want to do is shut them down. That is frustrating.
But no one's trying to shut her down. No one ever made an attempt to shut
the conversation down. You're trying to shut the conversation down by going, you all are taking a blue-pilled approach, and she is where she is. You're not giving any credence or any opportunity for the conversation to expand, and it's frustrating because we just let you all rock, and the one time we get some pushback or some different ideology, somebody pays to drop her off, and then the other person says, you just got to accept what it is, bro. That's not how conversations work, especially if you're trying to have an intellectual dialogue. I'm sorry, but y'all got
it. I think you, when you said that, you were trying to like lead her to a certain place, and I'm paraphrasing loosely, but you basically had a point.
A conversation is.
No, the purpose of a conversation is for mutual exchange. That's the baseline purpose of a conversation. Now, if you want to lead her to a perfect
what is the purpose
place,
then?
But listen, you want to convince her, and if I got in the way of you convincing her, then my bad, my brother.
I don't think
you were on a mission, and I don't know how to fix that.
That's a bad faith. That's a bad faith point, right? Because I don't think Cheeky or Aaron was trying to convince her of anything. I think what they were just trying to see is how does she really think about this, and they're giving her the space to express that. That's what they're saying.
Well, no. But see now, hold on. But now, when I say that this is how she thinks, and you got to accept that, and they don't want to accept that, they want to lead her onto another conclusion. Then you're not. But again, if you don't want to accept what she thinks, and you want to change her mind, it's not about dialogue. It's about trying to convince.
No, we were not trying to change what she. Listen, what she said. She had a point when she's talking about. If they're trying to do that, doesn't that mean they want more power, right? It doesn't mean what she said doesn't have a point, but she could be taking it out of the context in which we're speaking. So we're trying to get her back on track into the context, because even though she's wrong in how she's explaining it, she's right in what she's saying, just in the wrong context. So we're trying to guide her back into context.
Or
That was
and that's our disagreement. That's our disagreement, because right in that little kernel of what you just said, I'm saying she is not wrong in either of her framing nor her understanding of it. You don't want to accept what she's kicking at you right now. That's just the whole raw essential notion of what I'm telling you. She is what she is, and the female position is what it is, and they care more about their own power than whatever argument you were trying to have. And I think that's what she was expressing, and that's where I jumped in.
We again, you can't say what she's expressing if she's being led one way. We're just trying to lead her back. If she says this universal power, look at Attila the Hun, look at Genghis Khan, look at the Roman Khan, look at Cornelius, look at you. Okay, so now you've expanded this conversation to world domination, but I need you to bring
She's
this back
talking about
into a very
power.
minimal. Huh?
All she cares about is power. That's why she's talking about all these historical conquerors, because she conquered niggas, and now she want to conquer you niggas too. That's the point.
Taking in consideration that she came in on the show not necessarily knowing what the topic is. So that's why I said, let me redirect you. She came in lost. So I'm trying to lead her to the destination.
She didn't come in lost. She came in to conquer. That's why she mentioned conquerors. That's why she talked about men who lead men, because she came.
I don't know what to tell you.
No. You don't get. All right. She mentioned all those historical figures, and you're like, no, she brought that up for some crazy reason, and I'm like, no, bro, that's the shit she on.
How can that be something she's on when she doesn't know? She didn't know the topic. She thought it was black and white. She thought it was black men and black women. She didn't know what it was. You don't come into a conversation understanding the context of anything, and the first thing you do is say, let's just go ahead and admit black men and black women don't like each other. If you were sitting in this conversation, all of us are looking like nobody cares about that. We're not even talking about that.
Let's have a reset.
She came in lost. So how about this?
Man.
Let's just accept the fact that we can't just assume a woman's motives until we have enough dialogue. I think that's a fair thing to do, because she's a human being and she's in a space where in most cases, let's be honest, women are not guaranteed a position to speak.
Beta.
And to be fair, me and Cheeky don't necessarily have the interactions with women the way that everybody else does. No. We actually have conversations, actual dialogue, back and forth.
Y'all some sense.
No, we're not.
We think women are intelligent. We really think women can do the things that men can do to a degree. I actually think women
that's the difference.
Are some of the greatest creatures on earth whenever you give them the space and opportunity to. I understand that sometimes y'all think I may not like women, but I do those things intentionally to get a conversation out of them. I understand how to communicate. Y'all can't keep cutting women off and expecting to have a good conversation. This is crazy.
Cheeky, until you've had some ratchet ass, I don't want to hear shit.
And then y'all always do this stupid thing. All right, JB, bro. I got you, dog.
I'm just saying, listen, you can believe that they're intelligent and you can respect their intelligence. I just don't care if they're intelligent. That's the difference. Whether or not they're intelligent makes no difference
right now.
Frankly, look. The way shit goes right now, the fact that she's intelligent, she's more than likely to use her intelligence against you in some way. If you really want to keep it
better than her. It's simple. That's fine. I don't have no issue with any woman trying to use intelligence because I'm smarter than them all. That's how that works.
Hold on. How come your misogyny is okay, but mine's a suspect? What the fuck is that about?
Because at least I give him the opportunity to fight back.
I respect your misogyny, my nigga. Don't do that shit to me.
At least
Don't
I
do
give
that.
him a chance to prove me wrong.
My misogyny this whole day, and now all of a sudden we better than them. Fucking right, we better than them. Why you been shitting on me for acting like it?
He didn't say we.
Hold up.
He said we, bro. He said we.
I'm better. I know. I said me. I made it very personal. I have no problem with women trying to do that.
Let me just make a point real quick, Cheeky. Conservative. That's literally what having an intellectual conversation is, bro. It's actually using your intelligence
to outdo
your opponent. That's literally what it is. So it's like if we have an intellectual conversation, you can't be mad that she's using her intelligence. I don't get. I'm trying to understand your point, bro. Like I'm really trying to understand because ultimately what Cheeky and Aaron is saying is they just want to have the conversation. And if she holds a position, let's just dig at it and see where it gets us and maybe challenge some parts of it. But that's all they're saying. That's the
No,
intellectual.
no, no. Don't respect her position. You're a man, bro. Don't you dare respect her position. The hell? That's how we got in this position in the
Wait, so you
first
mean
place,
even
because
an
you thought they
intellectual?
was serious.
Hold up.
You thought they really had a complaint. You thought they really cared about making shit better. That's how the fuck things are fucked up
Wait. So you
now.
mean
Stop doing
wait.
that
So
shit.
wait. So conservative, even in an intellectual conversation, we just should not care about what the women have to say.
Look. Like I said, you believe your mom, your daughter, and your wife, and every other woman should be looked at with suspicion.
Bro, y'all can never call me
I
misogynist
am
ever
not red
again.
pill.
Don't
This
ever
man is red pill. I am not
don't y'all
manosphere.
ever
I'm
call
not
me
red pill.
misogynist ever
Black
again.
women are gods, and I'm glad women are taking over because this shit is screwed, bro. I don't know what to tell you. Like, fam, if
Don't
we
y'all
can't even have
ever call me
conversations with
misogynist
women,
ever
what the hell are
Look,
we
you
supposed to be doing?
glad. If you glad they taking over, then you got nothing to complain about. Shit going the way it's going.
That's not how conversations work. You do realize I'm not personally affected by any of the things going on. Black women can outdo black men the entire way through, and you want to know why? Because I'm better than them. I'm not going to have any problems with black women. I'm not going to have any problems with any women because I tend to be better than them. But for the men that I'm trying to represent through conversation, because that's how intellectuals do things, we allow people to give other opinions so we can be better. But since you don't want to do that, and
relax.
since you don't understand that, it's hard to have a conversation. And it's annoying. Jesus Christ. I gotta go,
Relax.
fam. Because these niggas is stupid. I can't. How in the hell are we supposed to, bro? Y'all niggas go get some pussy, bro. Stop talking to me about pussy. I don't even need none to be better than you. God damn.
Listen, as long as Aaron and Cheeky are my witness, listen, y'all better never call me a misogynist ever again. When we got conservative around here, don't ever call me misogynist. This man said y'all can't talk even in intellectual conversation. He don't want to hear y'all. Okay, we like.
Yo, I didn't say you can't talk, bro. Women have great voices, bro. Why would I want to not listen to a woman's voice? I'm just trying to make the point that no matter how good her voice sounds, no matter how comfortable you are by the sound of a woman whispering some bullshit in your ear, you shouldn't just trust it because you like the way it sounds when the bitch says it. That's our downfall as men, and they know that, and they laugh because they feel like we're stupid every time we give into that type of shit.
Okay, and the point of the conversation is the intellectual superior will win regardless. The thing is, Robbie is really well read and she's really intelligent and she's willing to engage in these type of conversations because she is a representation of some women, not all, but some who don't have the voice or the ability or the bravery to engage with men of certain intellect. Okay.
And I
And
said
so
you should accept her as she is. You're making it like I kind of, chased Raw B out. Raw B and I didn't have one disagreement while we were on this panel. So let's not frame it that way, bro. I had a
so
disagreement with Cheeky, perhaps, because he didn't like
You're
what I
still
was
missing the
saying, but
point.
Raw
Conservative,
B
you're
and
still
I
missing the
wasn't
point,
on
bro.
different sides. I understand it.
No,
so
conservative, you're still missing the point. Oh, go ahead, Aaron. Go ahead.
no. So the point was you got to let him play it out. You had no desires in listening. You're like, I don't want to listen to that. That's basically what you were saying. That's the point. Like you think he was trusting what she was saying, and this ain't got nothing to do with trust. This is about conversation. So I don't know why you keep saying trust with women. This ain't got nothing to do with trust. So
Yeah, it's not like Cheeky is saying like, oh, I'm fighting what Robbie believes. Cheeky's just trying to get to the point where it's like, okay, this is let's dig into what you believe, let's break it down, let's have the conversation. And ultimately, conservative, listen, bro, like this is what free speech is about, man. Like real talk, this is what free speech is about. This is what debate is about. Like once in this type of space, unless you're talking about your girl or whatnot, like in this type of space where we're just trying to have an intellectual discourse, you can't make the argument that that we shouldn't care what they have to say or care about their intelligence because ultimately that actually works against you whether you realize it or not, right? Because you should be willing to have the conversation. You should be willing to actually challenge it intellectually and not on a personal level, et cetera, et cetera. So I think you're off on this one, bro. I really do.
Well, no, you're saying that to me as if I am the one who left the conversation. I didn't I didn't attack anybody. I didn't make any kind of over the top, accusations against anybody. But I made points and observations that maybe upset people's opinions, maybe upset people's viewpoint, right? But I didn't attack Raw B and I didn't attack Cheeky either. So the way you kind of frame that is a little shaky. Like, bro, I was agreeing with Raw B. She probably had things going on and she had to get out of here. So it's not that she just quit because I was like this big boogeyman. You guys are describing me like the boogeyman. That shit's fucked up. I feel like y'all trying to get me locked up. Like, yo, y'all trying to tell y'all trying to snitch. Yo, what the hell?
Conservative. That's
Conservative.
Not it.
Conservative. Give me 1 second.
It's that you were based. All right, go ahead, podcast.
Hey, JB. Hey, can I ask you a non-beefing, non-bullshit question real quick?
What's up?
So my son is thinking about going into iOS. He said iOS development and Java language, and I don't know if that's necessarily in your field, but you are definitely considered one of the more intelligent men in this field. So in this space, I mean. So I just wanted to ask if it was any kind of information you had. I tried to do it in the back check. I don't know if you saw it or not, but for my son,
I didn't read the back
fuck
check.
my feelings. No, it's all good. So, but I just wanted to know if it was like any direction or whatever, or any information that you could give me on which way to point him, so that he has, what I'm saying, the best outcome. You know what I'm saying?
So you said, well, we're for the record, we're kind of derailing Aaron's topic here, but Aaron, you don't mind if I answer him real quick?
Nah, because it can benefit his son, so I can't.
All right. So you mentioned iOS and you mentioned Java. So those are technically two different ones. So Java is usually use Java for like Android development, because when you say iOS, you're talking mobile. So Java is typically used for Android development. And iOS, it's usually like it's a language called Swift and Objective-C, but they don't really use Objective-C like that anymore. So do you know which one specifically, or is he just trying to become like a mobile developer in general, or is he specifically trying to do iOS? Because those are two different platforms. Like if I'm building an app, right? If I'm building an app, I have to build two different versions of it, one for Android and one for iOS, right? And iOS is for the iPhone. So it takes a different, even though there's similarities, it's a different, the languages are different, the programming environments are different. So it's not exactly the same thing. So do you know which one specifically, or is he just trying to become a mobile developer in general?
That's a question I would have to ask him, but if he had to choose between the two, is it one that you would suggest more so over the other?
It depends on what he plans on building and for which markets, right? And let me tell you why. So in the United States, for example, iPhones are very popular, right? So like when you build an app, you have the most reach, you have the best reach if you build it for iOS. Like if you're an iOS developer in the United States, you can build a pretty good career for yourself, especially if you get really good at it, right? But across the world, more people use Androids across the world than in the United States, right? So let's say you want to build an app that you want to have global reach. It might be better for you to be an Android developer so that you can build an Android app that can reach more people than just in the United States, right? So it does depend, but I will say this: you probably will fare better if you learn iOS development in terms of how much money you can make, the level of exposure you can have, etc. Like I said, the skill set is slightly different. But yeah, I think iOS would probably be a better route if you just had to, again, without any specifics, if you had to pick one, I would take the bet on iOS than Android over Android. It's just going to be easier. And also there's way more, that's the other thing, there's way more Android programmers than there are iOS programmers. And so if you can, build a skill set in that, it's just more of a niche. It's still more of a niche, despite how long iPhones have been out and whatnot. In terms of, are you asking for like a pathway for him to learn it?
Yeah, because he said he was looking at some specific school, right? And my thing is, I'm wondering, is this one of those things where you're better served going through some sort of program and getting some sort of certification versus going to a full-length school, a full ride type of school just to get something like this? You know what I'm saying? I'm about to sit down with him, so that's why I was trying to get the information
So
that
the
I
best thing
could.
to do with
And of
that,
course, yeah, go ahead.
the best thing to do with, well, when it comes to that, right? Again, so this is one of the things with computer science, IT, etc. Right? Really, a lot of the pathways depend on which domain. So in this case, with mobile development and iOS and whatnot, honestly, certificates don't really matter at all. Like they just don't. Like you don't. Don't focus on certificates. So focus on learning the skill, because one of the beauties of things like mobile development, web development, etc., is that the way you prove your skill set is by building shit, right? So like
Mhm.
if you can build an app, right, you don't need a certificate to show me that you can build an app. Just show me the app you built, right? Show me the code behind it, and I know you can build an app, right? And then we can go through the code and talk about what decisions you made and how why you chose this over this, etc. So that's the beauty of that domain, is that if you can build, like if you can get yourself to a point where you can build beautiful apps, very well functional um, apps and whatnot. Um, you're not going to have issues because you don't have some credentials, like, because ultimately it doesn't matter if you can prove that you have the skills. So the pathway for that is,
Yeah.
there are boot camps that teach some of this stuff. You can technically learn this stuff on your own. Even on YouTube, there's tons of videos on iOS development on YouTube. One thing I would say is, if he's going to learn iOS development, make sure, if he's going to like watch content on the internet, to look for the content that focuses on Swift and not Objective C, because Objective C is the programming language that that you used to use for building iOS apps. Um, as of
Mhm.
recent years, they switched it over to using Swift. You could still use Objective C, but it's kind of like being used less and less. So it's better to learn Swift now and not go into Objective C. But other than that, I mean, he could teach himself if he's the kind of person that can learn that way. You could just literally watch videos on YouTube, and as long as you're practicing on your own, right? Obviously, the best
Yeah.
option is to go to some kind of school that teaches you iOS programming, because they have an actual syllabus, like a curriculum that they can go through and see, and step through some specific things that you need to know. So really, again, it
Yeah.
depends on like his work ethic and how much can he learn on his own versus does he do better when he has a teacher and whatnot. And if he does better in that way, then find a school. And there's tons of schools. There's a lot of them that are virtual. You don't need to go in person. Find a school that can teach him that. And ultimately, the main focus, if I was him, the main focus is, as you learn the skills, just build stuff. Like a lot of people would just sit there and learn and learn and learn, and then at the end they just want a certificate. That doesn't mean shit when it comes to that domain. Just build shit. As you learn, build. No matter how simple, like build a calculator app. Build simple shit. Just build simple things along the way. And as you build things along the way, as you learn more and you build your skill set and you build more apps, those apps that you build not only show your progression, but they also become your portfolio. Basically, they become your portfolio of, here's the proof that I know how to do this. And at that point they'll be junior level, right? So when they come into the industry, they're going to have to find an entry level role. But I'm telling you, you're
Mhm.
going to do better as a if you come in, right, and you interview at a company, and you're for an entry level position, and you have, let's say, a dozen apps that you've built, right? They could be simple. It could just be a calculator app, right? But you have a dozen apps that you've built on your own, and you have the code. You can show it to us, right? And then you have another junior developer that's applying, and they don't have, a dozen apps that they've built, right? By default, like, I'm more likely to want to, check you out and see what you got going on and talk through what you built, right? Because you have proof. You have proof that you can actually do this, and then we just need to see,
Right.
like, can you actually do this, under pressure, for example, like during the interview process. Let's have you code something up real quick, et cetera, et cetera. So that's the one thing I would say is, however he learns it, just make sure he's actually using those skills as quickly as possible. Just build stuff, no matter what it is, no matter how simple it is. Find something to build. Build a to-do app, like an app to, a task management app. Like, I need to do this today, I need to do that. Build a calculator, build, a chat app or something. Like, just build random shit so that you have a portfolio of things that you can show when you go to get a job, when you go to try to get, your first internship or your first job, etc.
Yeah. Hey, I really appreciate that, JB. Aaron, you know what it is, bro. Love, man. I appreciate that. I'm gonna super chat you as soon as I get these groceries in the crib, bro.
That's all good, bro. Salute to you, man.
Thank y'all, man. Yep.
Yeah, yep. Let me get to Trey. Trey, what up?
Hey, what's going on, Aaron? What's going on, JB? Hood. Yeah, man, I'll just chime on top, man. I really appreciate the knowledge, man. My son looking to get into something similar, JB. So appreciate that knowledge. But as far as
Yes,
women and
sir.
men, yeah, agreeing in the workplace, man, as far as disagreements, if women are willing to play their roles, like cool, it is what it is. Where it matters is that if we're talking some heavy machinery type stuff, all right, if you can lift and do the work, cool. But we can't make allowances. In my field, we can't make allowances if something's too heavy for a woman. I can't say, well, let me get three women to lift it. No, you got to be able to pull your same weight as the man. Now, if you can't get the promotion because you can't do the work, okay, cool. Don't be up there filing no complaints. Don't be up there, oh, I'm getting discriminated against, where most of these discrimination suits come from. It's just, no, you can't do the work. Go to human resources, go be somebody's admin assistant. But when it comes to lifting heavy things, no, you just don't, cut the bill. So, hey, don't get mad about it. As a woman, you just got to do your role. And as men got to accept up and let their misogyny flow through. It can't be, oh, she can't lift it, but I know I'm the supervisor. Let me go do her work for her because she smiled. That's when men start slipping in the workplace.
Well, are you noticing that they are making concessions for women?
Excuse me, I'm sorry. Say it again.
Are you
Making concessions for.
noticing? Are you noticing that in the workplace they are already making concessions for women?
Oh yeah, most definitely. You know what I see. I mean, I ain't working job forever, but when I go to different businesses from my line, business, and yeah, I see it being done.
So, if you see it being done, do you think it's going to stop?
Eventually, eventually, there's a powder keg, and that powder keg is going to explode, and we're going to go back to the days of pure misogyny and patriarchy.
So, do you think that women's description of how difficult to navigate the workplace environment is actually real?
Yeah, but that's on their own. It's of their own doing. Like men, women, God put them on this earth to bear children and nurture children. And so when they want to go into a field that's typically for men and that men are more geared towards, say if they want to be a Navy SEAL, yeah, it's going to be real difficult for them to, navigate being a Navy SEAL for 99% of women.
Well, I agree with that. Now, I've come to the conclusion that the workplace environment has become dangerous for men at this point. Uh, they only want to acknowledge the risk that comes for women, but they think because for a long time, some men, very small amount, minuscule, I'd argue, have uh, enjoyed the fruits of being in power, that the rest of these men have got this experience, and the majority of them have not. The majority of men have been overlooked, not given jobs just as much as any woman has, right? But now the environment has become contentious for even men to just be men and to be around women. And women are saying, well, you're going to have to adjust to us being in a workplace. We adjust for you. And I'm saying, no, I think that it's more beneficial for men. Shout out to podcast. I think it's more beneficial for men to step away from being in these environments with women, as it has become vastly too dangerous for men. And if women do believe that men are the issue, men are the reason that they don't have these positions of power, uh, then we should segregate and separate to allow their prowess to show that they do have these abilities to create these companies and to lead, and without having to uh, be not having to impact men in the process, meaning men don't have to be stepped down and stepped on in order for them to excel. We just going to separate
Well,
so that
here's the problem. Here's the problem, Aaron. Everything that most of these women can do can be done by like an AI app at this point, and they're feeling the crunch of that. if you take, me as a business owner, I don't have the cool degrees, for all the specialty stuff. I hire people for that. So if I'm looking at what JB said, and I got a man who has 40 apps under his belt, can show me his portfolio, and I got a woman who knows how to just make an app, I'm like, of course, I want to go with the man. But if I'm working in some company that I don't run, it's got this quota for women. Oh, dude, we got the female quota, so we got to turn this dude down who created all these cool apps. We just got to hire women just because. That is gonna freaking turn around and bite a whole lot of companies in the ass, bro. And that's why I say that powder keg is gonna be. We're getting away from meritocracy, and we're on the fact of just because. Let's just make it comfortable for women just because. Why? For what reason?
So,
For the collapse
so
of
Trey,
society?
I agree with you on that point, right? But I do have to correct you on one thing, man.
Yeah, go ahead.
It's kind of counterintuitive, but on the AI point, because I've heard a few people make this point, it's actually, believe it or not, it's actually a lot of male-dominated um, domains that are actually being displaced by AI. Like, for example, one of the top domains that's at risk right now when it comes to AI is actually lawyers. Believe it or not. It's lawyers. When
Eh,
it comes to, yeah, no, this is the fact.
no, no,
It's
no.
actually
My
lawyers
bad.
because
Yeah, my bad. I was
be,
talking blue collar stuff. My bad.
but okay, but I'm saying in terms of like displacement by AI, most of the industries that are at risk, and this is where this is being proven more and more with the development of like these GPT technologies, it's actually white collar, male dominated jobs. And it's kind of a shock because it goes against intuition in terms of what we want to believe. But when you really think about it, you realize it actually makes a lot of sense, right? So for example, with attorneys, right, when you have a chat that can, ingest a lot of information, which is what attorneys do, right? Ingest a lot of information. So in this case, let's say precedents, right? And then, come up with, a strategy or a way to, fight a case and whatnot. You realize an AI can do this. If an AI is well trained, it can do this literally at a minimum 10 times better than a single attorney can, right? So now
Yeah.
attorneys, this is why attorneys are actually very afraid. If you talk to actual attorneys, especially in tech, they're very afraid right now because they realize, especially with ChatGPT 3 and 4, that this is I mean, this is potentially like I don't want to say extension, extension event for attorneys, but it's gonna make their jobs very redundant. So
Well,
I just
yeah,
want
I
to point
agree
that
with
out.
you on that. Yeah. And one thing about that is that I was talking more about blue collar jobs, like the jobs that make the country run, that make the world go round. Those are men jobs. If men fell off the earth, sorry, drinking water goes away, the garbage trucks go away, all that stuff. Women just ain't doing it. Just will fall apart. But as far as lawyers,
That's
like,
that's not true. Like, look, I know we want to
all
hype
right,
up the men. The women are not just going
okay,
to sit around and die. They
oh,
will attempt and try.
well, here's the thing,
Don't
Aaron, is that you
don't
you
say they're
want
not
to.
doing it.
Where
That
the
like
where are they doing it now? Where are they doing all the
that,
tasks that make the world
no,
run now?
that don't work on me. That's two different statements. You said if men just fell off the universe and died and left, that the women
Yeah.
would they don't want to do those jobs. They would just no. The women would try and attempt to do those
Okay.
jobs.
Trying and
So
attempting isn't doing.
well, you said they don't want to do them, and I'm saying they're going to
No.
try and
Okay.
attempt to do them.
Oh, okay. Here's the thing. If they're going to try and attempt to do them, why aren't they doing them now? These jobs pay more. Why aren't they doing them now?
It's a good question. Let's ask PhD, but she'll tell you why.
Aaron, you're wrong for that.
And not for nothing, but you're forgetting something else too, right? The men will also take the body of knowledge of decades of experience that comes with having being in this line of work, whatever industry you're trying to fill now. If all the men leave all the blue collar jobs, women aren't going to necessarily know how to run a power plant, how to run some kind of garbage processing facility, a water processing plant. Like these are jobs that have years and years of knowledge passed down from one generation to the next, and most of those generations are men. So you may have a couple of women who can go back a few decades, but you'll never have enough to keep it all going, is what the point is.
So conservative. See, this is okay. This is where for me, where like a
Hey,
lot of
jump off
times
the
y'all
cliff.
lose. A lot of times y'all lose me, right? And I'm gonna tell you why. In theory, I understand what you're saying, right? In theory, I understand what you're saying, and in theory, I could say you're not wrong. In practice, it's not going to work like that. In practice, it will never go down like that. Okay, and in practice,
You
if we're
have
being
more
completely real,
examples
listen.
of me being
If we're
right
being
in
real with
practice.
ourselves, hold up, conservative. If we're being real with ourselves, like Aaron said, women aren't just going to sit around, okay, and just decimate. Like it's not happening. It's just not
In
happening, brother.
practice,
I'm sorry
you've
to
been
tell you
proven
this. It's
wrong
not happening.
already. When you watch those shows about men going on an island and women going on an island to do something, it's not that the men build a glorious civilization, but they function and the women fall apart pretty quickly, and then the men have to come rescue them. And all I'm saying is there's a lot of just built-in skills and knowledge. Like, how many girls have you known in
They
your
will figure it
lifetime
out.
that have actually known how to how to use the stuff in your toolbox? Like, very few actually know the basics things of just maintaining and putting something together. And I'm not saying that women physically are incapable. I'm not saying they are mentally incapable. I'm just saying they've been less inclined to even care about that. So if you just remove it overnight, no, they can't just pick up the ball and run with it.
Well, hood
But
service.
it would never happen overnight, though. That's what I'm saying. So we're
That was the
like in a
scenario, bro.
hypothetical world.
Don't blame me.
I know, but we're operating in an hypothetical world that's not gonna ever happen, bro. That's why I think it's useless. And to be fair, like to not be a hypocrite, I used to make somewhat of an argument similar to this, but then when I thought about it long enough, I realized like it's actually a silly argument, right? Because it's like you're in this hypothetical world that there's no reality that will ever match this hypothetical world ever. Like it's not happening, especially not in some westernized society like America. It's not happening. So there's no point in sitting in this hypothetical frame where just
It's
overnight,
almost like you
the
want
women
to
lose the men.
circumvent the basic reality. Like, why? I get that it's hypothetical, and I didn't introduce a hypothetical, but that is the reality. And why does that reality make us uncomfortable to the point where we want to like stop the conversation? I think that's interesting, but whatever.
PhD, the floor is yours.
First off, do I sound like a recording?
Yes.
Normal.
It's choppy.
Yes, you do.
It's choppy. Okay, yeah. I've been having a problem. Let me try to
Yes,
drop
you
down
do.
and come back.
But we expect this from a terrorist. So
no,
I'm not a terrorist.
No, you're it's fine. You just have to adjust. I adjusted your audio. If you raise it too high, it distorts it. So I just have to adjust it.
Oh,
you're
okay.
Fine.
Okay, now I'm
well,
fine.
turn off
Okay.
also turn off the auto adjustment. Turn off the
No,
auto.
I got it.
Okay, so I've been kind of in and out, and I guess I'm still trying to figure out like what's the agreement that we're trying to come to. Are we talking about like, so this is specifically limited to the workplace?
It starts there, but I wouldn't limit anything in a conversation.
Okay. So a couple things. So first off, I heard someone say something about like quotas for women. There are no quotas for women. Like quotas are illegal except under some very narrow circumstances. And so those circumstances involve the company being found guilty of discrimination multiple times, right? And so then you enter something that is called like a consent decree. Right. But, outside of that, a quota system is illegal. But in terms of, I also heard people talking about like believing women or whatever. So I guess like one thing that's always kind of odd to me in these conversations is that, okay, so if we start like separating people in the workplace based on sex, like it doesn't just end there. Right. And so we're going to start, if that becomes something that people are able to do, they're also going to be able to separate based on other characteristics. And so then we start, yes, right? So the Civil Rights Act makes it illegal.
Well, if that's true, right? We already have like identification for the different type of sexes in the workplace. So we're already technically doing what you're saying in general. So
go ahead.
So all I'm saying is what we can do is we actually can separate men and women from working together. We actually can do that. It's not so far out there that it's never existed. We can pull from a historical context. So I'm saying women are saying that men are an impediment to their leadership roles and their success and all these things. And I'm saying maybe that's true. I don't know. Go build your own damn companies. And if it's just about leadership, go lead all the women. Or do you is the purpose to gain power to try to control men, as opposed to the equality conversation, which is normally the lead? That's the issue.
Aaron, PhD was said something that's just blatantly not true, and I'm sorry, we can't get past this. Like
Go ahead.
you said there are no quotas.
And I put something in the back chat to that too, JB. I put it just
you
now in the
said there are
private
no
chat.
quotas, and I mean I could not believe that I just heard you say that, because
Mhm.
literally, like, DEI initiatives are built on quotas, right?
No, they're not.
And they may not call it quotas, but
No,
when
they're
you
not.
build a whole separate pipeline, okay, this is happening in every major company, in
Mhm.
tech, in finance, etc. When you
Mhm.
build a separate pipeline, they have literally entire separate pipelines just for people based on, demographic factors like your race and your gender.
What do you mean
That
different
is
pipelines? What do you mean by a different pipeline?
So for example, in tech, and this is something I've seen. This is why I'm kind of shocked you said this.
Uh-huh.
Companies will have a whole separate pipeline because they say that the interviewing process and etc. for Black people, for example, has racial has discriminatory practices in it. So they'll build like a whole separate pipeline. But part of that, part of like the KPIs, right? The key performance indicators of how well that initiative is performing is based on how many Black people can they successfully hire, right? It's effectively, there are quotas, right? This person gets judged on how many Black people can you hire, how much can you increase this number, right? And they end up focusing on that so much that they actually reduce the standards. Like there are companies, for example, where they will reduce the standard, for example, like in terms of the technical interviews, right? How many interviews do you get? Let's say most people get, 3 interviews, and they get like a systems design engineering, a systems design interview, right? They might remove that for the Black people because supposedly it's discriminatory for Black people. When they remove that, they remove it at the expense of quality for the sake of increasing the diversity numbers. That's a quota. By any definition, that's a quota. And this is
The
happening
Rooney
all
Rule.
throughout. This is happening all throughout the tech industry. I've seen it firsthand, right? So, and it's happening in finance. It's amazing that you could say there's no quotas, because there's quotas everywhere for and they call it's not even Black people anymore. It's for people of color or BIPOC, all these new fucking terms they're using,
The
right?
Rooney Rule
BIPOC
in
and
the
women.
NFL.
Right.
Hey,
And so
I
what
just
I
want to
said
point
is
out once
that
again, you guys made
quota,
me the bad guy, but when I say
Man, don't start
disbelieve,
this.
disbelieve them, and then here you go immediately. As soon as they start talking lies,
so no, you
lies,
have to
and you
Don't
remember.
start
call them
this
out on their
shit.
lies, and you get mad at me for calling them fucking liars. What the hell?
So
All
what
right,
you
I'm
have
done.
to
You willing
actually
to
do
hold
is
conversation?
listen to what I said. What I said is quotas are illegal. Right?
Mm-hmm.
And so if they're doing those types of practices, now keep in mind, I worked for the federal agency that enforces equal employment law for many years. And so people could sue you on the basis of that.
You talking about the
So
EOC?
quotas are illegal if they are saying that we got to hire X amount of women or X amount of Blacks. That is an illegal practice. You
But
cannot.
okay,
You're
so
not supposed to do
PhD, you're playing PhD, respectfully PhD, right? Because
that.
you're actually, I'll give you this, right? You're actually a smart person. Even though you terrorize people, you're a smart person,
I'm
right?
not terrorizing
But you're
anyone.
listen, but you're playing dumb right now, right? Because
I'm not playing dumb.
listen, let me tell you why you're playing dumb, right? Because the way that it's done is like this: is that the company says, hey, we have this diversity initiative, and basically you're going to, hey, diversity DEI director, we're going to judge your performance based on how much you can increase our numbers, right? And so the KPIs that we're judging you by is how well you can. So there's no way that you can't directly say, hey, this is a quota, but effectively by any measure it's a quota, because this person will literally lose their jobs if they cannot increase those numbers, and then they give them the right to reduce the hiring standards,
Hey,
right, for
JB,
that specific demographic by
So
effectively.
can I state the
PhD
obvious,
Diva,
y'all?
hold up,
as
PhD Diva,
someone,
effectively. PhD Diva, just hold up, right?
go ahead.
Any intelligent person can look at that system and say, okay, you may not title it a quota, but when you say, hey, you can lose your job if you don't increase these numbers, and also you have the right, you have the discretion to change the hiring practices for your demographic, and effectively you end up actually doing that. That's a quota system.
Hey, can I
Okay, so
state
you're
the
saying that
obvious
you can't
here?
throw
As
quotas
far as the
just
quotas go,
however.
hey, can I state the obvious as far as the quotas go?
Hmm?
We just had a president say straight up, picking the last Supreme Court justice, that it will be a woman and it will be a black woman. For one of the most important judges in our country, he stated it will be a woman and a black woman, and this judge went on to say she doesn't know what a woman is. But I digress from that.
Well, so the thing is with that, there's a difference, right? So that's an appointment. And so an appointment isn't necessarily based on being a meritocracy, right? So when you're in an employment setting, it's supposed to be a
She's actually right about
meritocracy.
that, though.
However, right, so laugh if you want, but there
She
are
doesn't know what a
many
woman is,
ways.
though.
Oh, well, I don't know who
No,
said
but
that.
Trey, she's right about that
Actually,
last
that's
point she
actually
made,
my
though. She's
cousin.
actually right.
She's a distant cousin of mine. But
Oh
anyways,
God, I'm sorry for your family.
no, I'm not sorry. But
Yeah.
so in an employment context, there are many ways that the meritocracy is circumvented, right? And so even if those companies are doing that, that's just one way. But so if we stop
Does she
doing
get
that,
paid for that role, PhD? Does she get paid for that role?
why are you cutting me off with some irrelevant
No,
stuff?
I'm just asking you. Does she get paid? If she
Go
gets paid for
Google it.
that role, that's
Google is
employment.
your friend. Google is
No,
your
no, no. That's
friend.
employment. Then I know the answer. She gets paid for that role. That makes her an
Just
employee.
because you're
That means
in
she was appointed in an employment position. Now she was picked based on her gender and her race. But you're saying you work for a federal agency that went against that. Can we all sue the federal government for doing that
no,
now?
you
Can we all come
can't,
together and
because
collectively
that's an
sue?
appointment. Because the white males that
Okay.
are on there, they were chosen because of their race and gender or
And the
sex.
Puerto Rican woman and the white woman?
Right. And so that's what they've been doing. So
Okay.
why are we trying to change it now? Why is it a problem when the black woman get up in there?
Oh, okay.
Right.
Thank
So
you.
again,
Thank you.
it's
That's
still
all I
an
needed to hear.
appointment.
Isn't
Thank
that a
you.
contradiction?
If you know
Thank
about
you.
federal hiring, then
No,
you
no, no. It's
know
all good,
that
PhD.
an
My
appointment
apologies. You're
is
right.
very something. Okay, so but sir, we can have a conversation without you, yelling over people.
No, you're right. You're good. I
Okay, but
digress.
so if you ask me a question and I answer it, then don't talk over me. Like, it's just basic
Yeah,
respect.
sure.
Okay.
Sure. Uh-huh.
So,
So
Aaron, you're right. It's about dominance and controlling men.
how is it about
I'm
dominance?
not talking to you, PhD, because I don't want no smoke. I already know you'll win. Aaron, you're right. It's about dominance and controlling men.
It's not about controlling men.
Conservative was right.
Okay. So
Wait, y'all let her finish the point she was making, though, because I want to hear where she's going with this. Because you're playing semantics with this quota thing.
No. I'm
PhD,
just
but
saying. But so what I'm saying is, if we start, doing that, and okay, so if we decide, okay, now, we can separate based on sex, there's going to become a separation based on some other things too, right? And so it's always interesting to me for black males to be having this type of conversation when you're gonna be on the chopping block ultimately, right? So
We're
when
gonna
we
have our
start
nigga moment.
So hold on, hold on,
We
hold on. You
gonna
see,
have our nigga moment. We gonna have our nigga
you're
moment.
not, right?
no.
Because you don't
I think
really
I
own
want you. I
many
want you to
businesses.
respect the strategy. What
No,
what
you don't
women are
own many
doing at this
businesses.
point? What black women especially are doing at this point is trying to say that because they get oppressed, we have to support their elevation above us because eventually the same oppression forces are going to come for us. That's why we got to put them above. Do you see the fuckery in
That's
that
not what I'm
argument?
saying at
And this
all.
is
What
why
I'm
I'm not.
saying is that white man is always going to choose his white woman. Look at what just happened with what's his name,
Oh
Michael
God! I
Irvin,
thought we weren't going this direction, Aaron. I
right?
thought this wasn't the direction of
So
the
without
conversation.
any proof, they
Magic
asked him.
spells. Now she
And
just
now we
casted
see
magic
now with
spells
the
all
video
over the
coming out
conversation.
that the man didn't do anything like that, right? So they're never going to choose you above their own women. So if they putting
But
their own
PhD, but
women out of the
black
workplace,
women have done the same thing to black
Yeah,
men
but
too.
and in the
you're talking
same
There have
about
vein,
black
been
women have done the same
PhD, but
thing to black
there's
men.
been black women that
and in
have
the
accused
way,
falsely accused black men too.
No, that's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about how the NFL Network, this woman, all she had to do was make an accusation without any proof. They asked the
And I'm
man.
saying that the same has happened when there has been situations where black women have accused a black
Right.
man or
I'm not
something,
talking about
and
the
then
accusing. I'm talking about the
I know
white
what you're
men
talking
who
about, the
own the
consequences that
NFL
come after
Network
that.
automatically taking that white woman's side without any
I
proof,
know that's
without
what I'm
any
saying. I'm
evidence.
No.
saying
And
wait.
so
Wait,
those
PhD,
men are going to stand in solidarity with you. That's
it's
what
not
I'm saying.
about white women. My point is that there has been similar consequences when
Right.
black women have accused a black man of
Right.
something. It's about
Right.
about women. It's about women, just women, period.
Yes.
Not white women.
Right.
Women, period, being able to make
Exactly.
accusations and
And that's
destroy a
fine.
man's livelihood.
Okay, and that's
And
fine.
while
But
we
the point I'm
migrated,
making is
Whoa,
that
and she
those
said that's
men
fine.
in
Explain to
power
me
have
what you
no
mean. You said, okay,
camaraderie
that's
with you.
fine.
Those men in power have no camaraderie with you. That's the point that I'm making. So
And the
regardless
women
of
do?
what race
and
you
we
are,
and we
women do though?
migrate
I'm not saying
to a
the women
victim.
do, but y'all are trying to make separation based on sex. So y'all are saying the men. Okay, but you ain't in league with those men.
Yeah, but see,
And
that's
so
not
when they
that's
start
what you believe.
doing that,
Wait,
don't
PhD,
do it.
hold on. I need you
What
to
is a
slow down
man?
and explain
What is a
something to me.
woman?
I
What is
need
a
you to
man?
explain
PhD, but that's
something.
what
No, we're not doing that, Trey. I need you to explain something to me. You're saying that for the average man who is under whatever this regime you're trying to describe, they have nothing in common with the average man. Are you also saying that the average woman has something, and like y'all share some kind of affinity for us that the
Certainly not.
people in
I know
power
I never
don't
made
share?
that claim. I never made that claim.
Okay,
But we are the
so
ones who
y'all
are
are not on our
recommending that
side
we
either.
separate
No,
based on gender.
wait,
We're
PhD,
not
but
the
slow
ones
down, slow
making that
down.
claim. So
Please, I know you're intelligent. I need you to slow down. When you say that those people
don't
in
do that.
charge, what? I'm not that smart compared to you. So when
Come
you
on, don't do
say
that.
those people in charge
Hmm?
don't care about me, and you also say the average
I
women
didn't
don't
say
care
that.
about
What I
me,
said is they don't have any
okay.
camaraderie with you. You are not in league with them.
And so, is there any camaraderie between the average man and the average woman in that same regard?
Well, between them, that's why they taking they women's side.
Wow. See, you can't even address the question. That's amazing.
I
I'll
did
ask
address the
again.
question.
When you say the people in
I did
charge have
address
no
it.
care for the average man, does the average woman see herself as somehow locked in side by side struggle the same way the average man is apparently in the struggle?
It depends on the women. It depends on the women.
All
If you
right.
look at,
I'm gonna
Asians, they
stop
right
now.
there in lockstep with their men. That's why they're very
PhD,
So,
happy
the
when
whole
they.
point
so
you're
now we're
making,
going group by group.
PhD,
Now we're
So,
going by
Yep,
you're
ethnicity.
making right.
can I ask a
Holy
question
shit.
though? Hold
Holy
on, let me ask
shit.
you a question here.
And y'all
We
like to
just
hide behind the generalization of men
oh,
when
okay,
y'all don't have anything in common with those other men.
You
okay,
believe that. No,
PhD.
but you keep saying
P,
that, PhD, but you believe that, right? Like I've
oh,
never
okay,
had issues. Listen, I've never had issues working with white men. I've never
God, I'm
not
not.
had like it. So I'm confused what you're getting at.
No, so okay, so you may have not have had an issue. I'm sure you haven't, and I'm not saying on an individual basis, but I'm saying when we look at the collective, right? And so if y'all were in league with these men, if y'all were having such great relations with these men, then when we look at statistics, which is a measure of the collective, y'all wouldn't diverge so much from the other
put
groups of
put
men,
put the
right? Y'all would
statistics
be
in the
in
back
lockstep
chat,
with those
please.
men. Y'all
You
would
work
share
for
the
the
same pattern with those men, right?
well.
So
Here's the deal. You
you
work
obsessed on making this a black white thing, and that's
Well,
very critical. This is what black women do in these conversations to move the energy
well.
away from
no, y'all want to
focusing
make
on
it
women. They
hide
want to
behind
focus
other
on
groups of
race.
men.
This always
No, y'all
happens
want
in
to.
every
Well,
single
No,
conversation.
because
well.
Like,
Here,
y'all like
here's
to
the
try to hide behind other groups of men, and so we
well.
want to.
Here,
Let's talk about you. Don't try to hide behind those other groups of men, because again,
Miss
if
PhD,
they start
but
doing that,
Miss
then
PhD, you
they
introduced the element in the conversation of race, which initially
right,
was not even
right. But
introduced
you have
when
to,
they were
because y'all are
talking
black men
about.
no,
having this
we
conversation,
don't
and
have
you
this
don't look like
problem.
the other groups of
If we
men.
Okay.
only focus solely on the issues of black people in America, our issues would be minuscule to the larger a larger America on a whole. Again, as being what only 10 to 15% of the population. You know what I mean? Our issues, those so-called issues that we have within our community, are another minute issue within an issue, because not every black person is destitute and living below the poverty line. Most black men are middle class earners, earning within at the national average. You understand what I'm saying? So if again what we earn and what we do with our lives and the way we live our lives, the average man is in the same lock step with other average men, we may have a different racial demographic among us, but we all generally are living in the same American struggle. You dig what
That's
Mm.
I'm saying?
absolutely
You
not
But see,
are
okay,
true.
so
focusing
but see
on
the
the
That's not
1%
true.
of men
the
and
ultimate
bringing that into the
flaw,
conversation.
in these arguments, the ultimate flaw is that is this perspective that because the the implication that PhD was making is that, well, those white men are not necessarily, your true counterparts anyway, or
Right.
let's just say
Right.
you should consider them your enemy in a sense, right?
No, I didn't say that.
I
I
know
just
you
said
didn't
you're
say
not
that.
lethal.
I know.
so
Hold up. I know you didn't say that, but I'm saying effectively, you're effectively
No.
saying that they're more. Okay, let's put it like this: they're more of an enemy that the woman could ever be. Is
the problem
effectively
with
what
all
you're.
of
No,
this
what
is
I'm
that
Hold
you
up,
saying
hold up,
gotta
hold
is
up.
stop
Let
trying
me
to
let me
hide
finish
behind
my
them
point.
because you're not going to
No,
Let
be
me
I
in
think
finish
her
my point.
situation with
conversation
them.
is that
Let
they're
me finish my
better than
point.
us.
Let me finish my point real quick. Let me finish my point, right?
Mhm.
Ultimately, I think the flaw in these arguments is that when you make it about race, you lose the actual problem, right? Because
What's the problem?
what men value across the board, across race, whatnot, is just men working hard, other men working hard and being productive, et cetera, right? Like when you see what I've personally seen is that the men who complain the most, the men who curl up in a ball the most, they have the worst results, right? And then they blame somebody else for it, right?
Mm-hmm.
If you actually put in the work, men will respect you across races. Like a lot of these problems that I hear black men talking about on these, I'm talking about specifically the black men who run in the Victim Olympics. I've never had them. I've
Right.
never had them. I just work hard and I get
Right.
and I put in the work to get the results that I want to have, right?
Mm-hmm.
And if I don't get the results I want to have, I work harder. It's not somebody else's fault. So
Right.
when you put in the work, you're not gonna have bad results. I like there's no scenario where I'm gonna look at the white man and say, oh, like he's not, he has no camaraderie with me because I've just never had that issue.
Mm-hmm.
putting the blame on yourself so you can actually work on it yourself. That
I've
makes
never had
sense.
that issue. So
And
I
it's
think that's the
goofy.
ultimate
And
flaw.
what's
Is
goofy?
even this idea of seeing this as some
No,
kind of
you
like
know what that is?
struggle,
Let's
some kind of
let's keep
struggle
it a
where I
buck.
need to pick a side. Like I don't need to pick a side,
No,
right?
no,
I'm
no.
not
No,
But
against
but
let's
struggle.
keep it a
I'm
buck.
not oppressed in any way.
Black
I'm not
women
oppressed in
hate
any way. I
white
don't need to pick
women.
a side.
Y'all hate white women, and y'all want black men to hate white men as much as
absolutely
y'all
not.
hate white women.
No, we need to
That's
go
Absolutely not.
back
exactly
though.
what
Hold
that's
on.
all about. Y'all want us to hate the white man as much
No,
as you
no,
hate the white woman, but we don't have any kind of nothing like the same competitions you have with white women, so we can't relate to your
of course
whole
you don't have the
struggle
same
when it comes to
competition.
that stuff.
You can't
Right.
compete with them.
So
And I'm
exactly, but
sorry,
you
y'all.
you desperately need us to so you can win. And it's
No,
like we just
no.
not gonna fight that fight on
Nobody.
your terms no more.
Well,
No,
here's
No,
the
no,
thing,
no.
He was
y'all,
being
and
You
this
racist.
don't
this
compete with
let
them.
me let me
You
jump let me
competing
jump
with
in
them
here real
would
quick.
never make us win, right? So
Here's
even go
the
ahead.
problem, like right here, is this: women introducing to the conversation. This goes across the employment spectrum.
Mhm.
Men, by and large, respect meritocracy and a hierarchy. When women are introduced, men start peacocking by nature, start doing all kinds of different weird things to introduce all these different elements like race, like who got the most swag, height, all these different things into the conversation solely because a woman is here. That's it. And that's what women, you're trying to introduce a problem that doesn't exist between men across the board right now in
Yeah, it
America
does. Yeah, it
into
does.
this conversation. You're saying you guys are going to have your nigga moment eventually. You guys are going to be like us, trying to
No,
scare
no,
black
no,
men into daggone
no.
capitulating to the queens. Why?
Okay. So can y'all do me a
No, that's
favor
not what I'm
real
doing
quick?
at all. What I am saying
So
is you aren't in the same situation as them. So if we look at unemployment rates, your unemployment rates are like double theirs, right?
Who
So
is your? Who is
black male,
your? We're
black male.
individuals up here.
Oh,
We're
okay. So now we
all of
playing
us
the
are well
individual
performed. We're
game. Oh, okay. Well,
individuals.
then what are we?
Hold on,
What are
hold
we
on. Wait,
talking
where is
about
this
men and
going? So
women
we're
for?
not in
Then
the
we
same
all
situation,
individuals.
and that means
y'all
No,
what?
need
no, no. So if we
y'all
play in
need
the
to let her
individual
say a
game, then
full
we play in the
statement.
individual
That's what the
game.
problem is.
What happened?
No, all
No, I
right,
was
we're
saying they
not in
need
the
to
same
let
situation.
y'all need to let PhD Diva say exactly and thoroughly what her thought is so that we can know exactly what she's trying to say. And then as soon as she says, you guys go next, like, or now I'm done, then you guys
TK,
just say something.
TK, you asking for something that doesn't happen on these
They're
panels.
excited. They don't talk about
I
it
I
for
would,
real.
know.
Hold on.
I would love to see that, but I
Wait,
kind of have a feeling I know where it's
No,
going.
wait,
PhD Diva said something interesting though.
wait,
You really did
wait,
something interesting.
wait,
Yeah.
wait. Hood conservative is actually right. PhD Diva introduced a variable that had nothing to do with the conversation to make
Which
her
I
point.
said.
Yeah,
Oh,
certainly. Because okay, so we're hiding behind other groups of men. Okay, I'm sorry. Also,
We
Aaron,
didn't.
are
They
you?
didn't
Hey,
introduce other
No,
hey,
no.
groups of
hey,
Aaron
I
men.
has
know I'm
Aaron
the
I'm
has
bad
mentioned
guy.
sorry.
using honey and
I
lemon for your
I
throat.
know,
I'm
I know.
No, no,
sorry.
no.
I'm sorry
Aaron
that
have
I'm
used
sorry that when
taking
people
honey and
start getting
lemon.
lost, their point gets lost, that they got to introduce new bullshit to move the goalposts from this motherfucker over to this motherfucker. I'm sorry, but we all, when 5 or 4 people up here said that was not the start of the conversation, like you could have been like, let me.
Damn. Oh shit. Back. I'm laid back because I was in the back of the chat.
All right.
Funny as shit,
I
boy.
love that. That's so
Calm
funny.
down.
Funny as shit.
Wait.
That is funny.
I don't have the ability to yell over you guys, so it's not gonna work. So
I
I'm
feel
gonna
you, bit, bro.
I'm gonna try this. So
So can I ask you a question, Aaron?
Yes.
I'm sorry. I just want to know, have you had some honey and lemon for your throat? I feel bad for you.
I've literally tried everything at this point.
Really?
Literally
Yo,
everything.
bro, don't fall for it. Don't fall for it, bro.
You have an issue.
I don't have an issue. Well, you know, the thing is, I actually love women and I study them closely and intently. And I'm always amazed and fascinated when I come into contact with a beautiful specimen such as yourself.
Oh my goodness. Here we go.
So her conservative. I too have skills of my own. Okay, so I appreciate the support, but I'm going to try my best. So, PhD, but I will accept your variable after you deal with the first variable and point, and then we can jump to the next point. So, within the confinements of the conversation, separating just men and women, that is the only variables that exist right now. To that, do you have an issue?
Yes, I have an issue with that because it's limiting. Even though currently, y'all, I mean, apparently, according to the stats, women go into different types of jobs than men do anyway. So, do we need more separation than that? Are we separating beyond that?
Complete separation. That way, you guys can be your own CEOs, your own CFOs, control your own money, which you pay your employees, and you can never say men are the reason why you're not. And then run successful companies.
And then men, what was the last part? I'm sorry.
And then you guys will be able to prove that you can run successful companies without the leadership of men, without the role model of men, because you guys are capable of doing this without us.
Well, I think that's already been proven because there are several, very successful women-owned and women-started businesses. However, no, there aren't.
Name them.
There aren't.
No, because
Name them.
No, don't. We're not gonna do that. Because
No, that's not what
what's
Aaron's
the
getting
stock
at.
ticker?
I know where Aaron's getting at.
What is the
Yo,
stock ticker for these companies?
Wait. Let Aaron go because
Fenty Beauty. What? What are y'all talking about?
Thanks. Okay, so what are we talking about, Aaron?
All right, one. You guys, men, these men have impulse control, but ladies, y'all too. But that's okay because I don't have that problem. I'm going to try to get you to elaborate on your point when you say women have done these things in lieu of men being in their workspace, meaning ain't no man they CFOs, ain't no man in a corporation. They have done this all women by themselves.
Super Scent from New Orleans. Yes. Crayon Case. Yes. BB Judy with Kaleidoscopes hair products. Both multi-millionaires from New Orleans, self-made women.
So there is.
I know both of those scenarios too.
Made $1 million in 10 minutes on Black Friday.
Okay.
Yes.
I don't think they understand the parameters.
I know.
I haven't said anything.
And I'm gonna let them just start spewing stuff out that disproves nothing, just for them to say it and have fun. Go ahead.
No, so there is a company. It's an AI company. They work in like the employment sector called Pymetrics. That is a woman-owned. Like the vast majority of the employees are women. So like, how large does this company have to be? Because they do have some.
It doesn't have to be too large. Well, we'll take success based upon your relative thing, but also remember, payment systems, Square, let's say PayPal, Venmo, any of those systems that you're using is run by men. So don't use those systems. You gotta make your own.
Who's
Right.
manufacturing the
So this
products?
company isn't taking money
Right.
from
Who's delivering
employers.
the products back and
Oh my
forth?
God.
Who's managing your water system in the building? If you actually have a
Guys,
brick
don't
and
add
mortar, like
Conservative.
come
Do you
on
know how
now.
conversation works?
Y'all are so bogus. That
I
means
know.
none of y'all run successful businesses because all of y'all depending on somebody else.
Right.
Y'all
No,
so
that's
dumb.
not the question.
Them M's is in them people
No,
bank.
so Pymetrics, they're getting the invoice from companies. So they're not having to use any of those Square or PayPal or none of that, right? We're doing the invoice.
Who did they
That's
raise
how
their
large
money
the
from?
company
Who
is.
did they raise their money from?
Who did they raise their money from? Now that I do not
Yeah,
know.
exactly. Listen, what Aaron's getting at is actually brilliant because there's
The
not a
girls that
single
I'm talking
company.
about raise their money from
Go
the
back to
city of New Orleans, and the
Act
majority of their clients is females, women, black
If
women.
we go to, it's the second largest black owned company. Act One, it started by a woman, and she started this in 1960 something. So I'm pretty sure that she started from the ground up, and no white man was giving her money.
What's her
PhD, the
name?
answer is this has not happened. Like I don't think this is what. That's why Aaron is laughing right now. Like y'all don't realize. This is
What's
actually
the
brilliant. Oh, I'm gonna just
what's
let
the
Aaron go
woman
there. Go
name
ahead,
that owns
Aaron.
Act One?
What's the lady's name? Hold on, let me find her name. Where that was one. Okay, two. What's her name? Janice Bryant Howroyd. I don't know, Howroyd, something like that. Janice Bryant Howard or something.
And you are saying
And
there
so
are
okay, so
no
you're saying
men
it's never
at
happened,
all.
Aaron. So let's go. Why hasn't it happened? Why doesn't Janice's company count?
I didn't say that. I'm listening.
Aaron, you're a genius, bro. This is actually brilliant.
No. I mean, so what's the parameter? So the woman has to have what? Not only started the business.
So the point
hired
is this.
The woman had to have created light and sun in the world, in the planets, and the animals,
No. So
and the
PhD, but
trees.
here's the thing, right? Here's
I
the
mean,
thing. Like
electricity would be nice.
any
How
of
about some
these
wiring? Can you do
Oh my
that?
any
God,
of these. Well, we don't
conservative.
have to go to that. No, we don't have to go to that
A
level.
woman
Like
created the man who created
Well, she
electricity.
just said the
That was her
sun,
job.
bro. You talk about I can't mention
see how y'all are
wiring. She just
diverging
literally
from
said the sun.
the excellent point that Aaron's trying to get at.
Okay, so why are we diverging? Tell me, what's the point?
Aaron's point is that right now, if you look at it, like even when the women are the so-called CEOs, right? In every scenario, it's men that's actually enabling them to even get to that point, right? If she's the CEO, it's men that's on her board, right? And then the investors that actually gave her the capital, right, to actually go out there and buy inventory or whatever she needs to do for the company, it's men investing in her company. It's always like there's always men in the equation that's helping them be successful. You cannot actually you could go to the Fortune 500, or you could even expand it beyond the Fortune 500. You look at all these companies, even the ones that have the female leaders, right? There's always men in the picture that help them get the level of success that they had. Always, in every scenario. You cannot find any of these. I mean, sure, you could probably find odd examples like at the smaller level, maybe like what Sherelle's talking about, right? I don't know the specific scenarios, but if we're talking in terms of like in general, in these the bigger companies, right? The levels of success that actually would make an impact if you're looking at it on a gender basis, right? It's always men in the picture that not just men in the picture, but men that actually enabled them to get to that level of success every time. You cannot find any just female-led organization that raise all their money from female investors that only have women as board members, and it's you're not gonna find it. It doesn't exist.
Well, let's be fair to the literal JB. Let's say most of the time. To be fair to the literal, let's say
So the
most
thing
of the time.
is,
And
if
again,
you
so hold up. So
exclude
Sean,
women
Sean
and lock
said,
women out of
So
the
Sean
workplace for
said,
many years, then how are they supposed
Uh-oh.
to
but
have
that's a
that?
separate. But PhD. But that was your argument, right? Your argument that we're just arguing against what you said.
No, he
Right?
asked the
That's not.
question,
We're
and
not
so I
making
was
that
giving
argument
you
as a general
examples.
argument. You said when Aaron presented this, you said it's already happened. So we're just countering what you're saying, what the argument you presented. You presented that variable.
Okay. And so does it work on the flip side where if it's a male ran company CEO Okay, so that doesn't really count for the men if there's a woman on the
No,
board.
you can't say
Or,
what about the
like, is
men.
it working in the reverse? Like,
But
I
see,
don't
No,
know.
no,
now,
no,
see, wait,
PhD,
now
but
you're
you
going.
don't seem to understand. No, no, you
PhD,
don't seem to understand what we're laying out here.
I'm not
Men
talking
have
to
been
you, Trevor. Let
building.
Jay
I
Bizzle
get it,
explain
I
it.
get it,
Go
I
ahead, Jay
get it.
Bizzle.
But men
Go
have
ahead,
So
been
Jay.
you hold
building
up,
things forever.
conservative. So hold up, PhD, but you introduced the aspect that hey, this has already been done, right? That's you introduced that, right? Aaron did
Yes.
introduce that. So when you introduce that, we're countering what you're saying. We're not trying to make any argument for or against it. We're just saying what you're saying is false because there is no scenario where that has actually happened.
I don't know. Just because I don't know enough about these women's businesses to know if there are men on the board.
No, we already said you smarter than all of us.
Shut up. Whatever your name is. So, okay. So, but okay. So the thing is, though, again, if they've been locked out and were unable to do these things for many years, then maybe it's just going to take some more time. Okay, so if we,
But that's
okay,
not
so
the,
let's
again,
look
we're
at
not
how the
arguing that.
separation. Okay, that's fine.
Were they
No,
locked
no,
out
no.
off
So
of
I'm saying,
merits,
so
or
if
were
we
they?
start
What
the
question about the locked
separation,
out? Can I
so
ask
if
you
we
about the
start
locked
the
out?
separation, okay, so then the women have to go off and create our own businesses and do everything on our own. So we couldn't even use the square and the. Is that what you're saying? Like, is this what you mean by the
Full-blown
separation?
separation, yes.
You can
Invest in
use
your own
tools.
companies,
I
be
mean,
your own
if you have the
CEOs, be
capabilities
your
of
own
using your own
CEOs, invest in your
tools,
own companies, be your own CEOs, be your own
Right.
boards.
But we
Yes.
couldn't use any type of like technology created by men. I guess that's what I'm asking. Like, so we would have to do create female versions of everything.
Well, I mean, I guess that would be complete. Yeah, I think you could use technologies that exist. Sure.
Okay.
But here's
There's
the
a lot
thing.
of great things are built up off of things that already do exist, right? And I want to see if Aaron has any more he wants to build onto it, but I pretty much have the gist of where he's going with it. Again, if you want him to repeat it, but I pretty much already have the gist of where he's going with it. But a lot of great things were built on in continuation. Again, I think he said it earlier in the conversation. Like a man will go get a job at a company, say a hardware company, right? Work there for a couple of years, learn something, take what he learned, and go do his own shit.
The vast majority of
hear
men
where
are
I'm
not
going?
business owners.
A lot of small business owners, those count too.
Yeah, the vast majority
Landscaping
of men are
companies,
not
those
even
count
small
too.
business owners.
Wait,
Electricians,
what's
plumbers,
the
they are
hypocrisy.
self
Right. But then the vast
independent
majority of men
contractors. Those
are not
work
No,
too.
small business owners.
PhD, but that's a
Aaron, you
hypocritical
smiling
position for you to
maliciously.
take.
Aaron,
And
what is your statement about Black women in businesses so I can make sure that I'm coming correct? Break
I
that
have,
down for me.
who
I
even
have
said
made
that?
not,
No.
I have made not one reference to Black women.
Yeah, they're still
You said
hiding
All right,
behind
who
white
did
Said
that?
men.
men.
Wait, you said
He
women
said
in
Hiding
general?
men.
behind white men.
You said women in general?
Yeah,
He
this is
said
about
men
women
and
and
When
women.
I came up here, you
But
said there's
because
no successful business started by a woman? That's what you
That
said?
wasn't
Okay,
the
that's a
that wasn't the
lie.
conversation. That was not the
No,
conversation.
he just said that's what he said. He just said that's
Yeah,
what he
but
said.
Sherelle, the woman can't have any men anywhere in the mix. So even
But this is
if
my
men,
thing. This is what I'm telling you about Raynell Stewart. I watched Raynell Stewart come up off her likeness because she was just somebody known in the city. I watched her sell everything from hair to lipstick to everything till she started her own. She started her own business. I watched
And there
Black
was
women
no
line up to
men
support
helping
her.
her
I watched
amazing
this
whatsoever.
lady
products.
grind. I watched this lady grind, not only grind, but empower all of her friends till she turned 3 of her friends into millionaires. I watched them make $1 million on Black Friday selling their stuff. What are you talking about? These are people in my real city that I know. From the first time I ever bought something from them, I went to her house to the point where she owns a big ass house and big ass houses, and she's constantly making millions of dollars off a brand that she built
Congratulations
off
on her
herself.
hustle.
but
I
that's
watched
the
her
thing,
sisters and her mom
But
and other Black
she,
women be
Sherelle,
the people helping her and
Sherelle,
supporting her until
ma'am,
she was
ma'am,
able to grow.
ma'am,
So what
right?
are you
But
she
talking
paid,
Sherelle, what
about,
he's
Raynell
saying
ma'am,
is,
Stewart?
ma'am, one thing,
who
ma'am,
manufactures the
You
products that
talking
she
about
sells?
Raynell? That's
ma'am,
crazy. You talking about Kaleidoscope? You
ma'am.
talking about Crayon Case? That's
Hey,
crazy. You
ma'am,
talking
Yeah,
about
but
Black
it's
who
Folk?
like,
You talking
oh,
about
manufactures
Coach
that?
can a
King?
brother
That's
get a
crazy.
word
When I'm
in?
telling y'all, they have women out
Can a
my
brother
own
get a
city that I
word
know
in?
personally that are millionaires off the backs and
Right.
strengths of themselves. What are y'all talking
Okay,
about?
okay, cool.
Yeah,
Now
so
here's the
what he's
thing. If
saying
we look
is,
at,
who
hold on, can I get any
manufactures the
response to
products
Sherelle?
that she sells? Who
Yeah, yeah. So
manufactures
here's
the
the thing.
products that she sells?
Now, if we look at
So
somebody
he's
like
saying it
Stormy
doesn't count
Wellington,
because men are
here's the
manufacturing
deal.
those products,
Here's the
right?
thing. Stormy Wellington, another successful, queen,
All
out
them,
there, millionaire.
all them products
Yeah.
come from China. Well,
Now,
but a bunch
here's
of
Right,
here's the
women
but
in
there
thing.
are men
sweatshops.
Look,
manufacturing
look,
them.
look.
That's
Here's the
women
deal,
in a
ladies.
sweatshop.
Ladies, no, this is
Women in a
men.
sweatshop. Okay.
That's women in sweatshops
Ladies,
making
ladies,
hair
men.
and lipstick. Yes.
Ladies, the weave that like the queens like to wear, men put that stuff together. When men cut it off,
Who
men
said
put it
anything
in
about
rolls.
weave?
Yeah, I'm
Yeah, but
saying
it's
that's one
women's
of the
hair.
products.
That don't got
Lipstick.
nothing to do. That don't got nothing to do with what
It's
we saying.
men's.
She don't
But
have
I'm
a weave
saying
company.
though, men. She has
So
excuse me,
what?
a cosmetic
What
product
about
line.
So what about Brianna?
Cosmetics,
What about
male
Brianna?
chemists.
Who's making her own organic from scratch recipes for skincare and became a
Mm-hmm.
millionaire from the skincare that she made.
Mm-hmm.
From the skincare products she made. Look it up. Coda
Mm-hmm.
Skin. Everything I say, you can go
Mm-hmm.
Google it. Everything I say, you can go look it up. Everything I say,
Yeah,
I know these
she's
girls
a
in real
woman.
life.
Yeah, she's a woman.
Okay, she's a woman and she built $1 million business. That's successful. That's not success.
Okay, which bank did
From
she
her
put her
kitchen.
money in?
From her
What
kitchen. She put
what
her
bank did
money
she
Yeah,
in
put her
there.
money in?
She put
we
her
are
money in
not
there.
even
She put her
having
money
the
in there. You know why?
argument we all
Because
wanted to
each
have a
fraction
minute
of because
ago.
there's about 6 of them.
Y'all are
Each fraction of
diverging
them.
again.
When everybody else grow, they
Like
invested into
really.
each other and made each other millionaires.
Wait, can
What
we
are
And
you
let
y'all
talking
make
Aaron?
about?
me
Can
the
we let
bad
Aaron
guy
talk?
when I
Because
say the things I
Aaron making
say,
a good
right?
point.
But then reality comes in after y'all done made me the bad guy. Like it's not me, bro.
Nobody
Reality
cares about you being
dictates
a
the
bad
shit
guy.
I
It's
be
not
trying to
about
tell
you.
y'all.
It's not about
Yeah.
you.
You see
It's
the
not about you.
conversation,
It's not
Aaron, the
about you. But when y'all
conversation.
know that y'all not even stepping like these women and they got strong established
Oh
businesses and they
God.
making millions of dollars, and y'all know y'all not on them levels to just make it seem like, oh,
Hey.
no woman has a
Oh, okay.
successful business. That's bullshit.
So
That's
And y'all
not
know
what we
it.
I
even
don't think
said
that was
at
Aaron's
all.
argument.
here's
Wait,
the fact,
hold up?
guys.
Can y'all let Aaron go ahead? Because we
I'm
have
trying to
people.
ask Aaron. I'm trying to make a point to Aaron, but it's
Oh,
You've
gonna
been
be
talking
go
all
ahead.
day. Your point's already made. I was talking to Aaron
Miss
at this point.
Sherelle. May I speak, ma'am? All right. So here's the thing, Aaron,
Who was
and this
talking?
is why we're calling for separation in the workplace. Once the ladies came
I
in,
named
and
6 people.
the conversation was hijacked. As you said before, they want power. They want the conversation was about men versus women.
Shut up. Y'all was talking shit. Nobody don't got that. Nobody don't want power. People have power. That's be y'all whole point. Y'all think just because y'all men, y'all have anything. Y'all don't got nothing.
Hood conservative, not power, dominance and control.
That's not even hood conservative talking. That's
Bro,
straight.
no, this is what I've been trying to get across to the
It
dudes
sounds
on
the
the
same.
panel since I've been up here. This is the game. When you first had this
Y'all
whole
conservative too.
breakdown with Raw B on the panel, and I said, listen, why are we not accepting her for what she's telling you? This is what it is. She's telling you what it is, and you want to try to, one, act like she's bad, and then two, pretend like you're going to convince her off of her position. That is a losing, and frankly, I think they see it as a weak position to even try to convince them of this
Conservative. You
bullshit.
keep saying
They
trying to
think
Wow,
you're
you
convince.
about to
stupid
you
for
about to
playing
tell
nice.
these people
Conservative.
who
You
in their
conservative. The
space
thing
been
is,
dealing with these women for years now.
wait.
You
So
new as hell coming here and you about to tell them something
wait.
drastically new about
Conservative is
somebody
not
you
new.
just got over here with.
Sherelle. Conservative is not new here. I can tell you that. But
Yeah, hood
hold up.
conservative been around for
He
a while.
new over here. I've been on
Wait.
hood
But let me
conservative
just say this.
panels.
Conservative. You keep saying convincing. I don't think anybody's trying to convince anybody. We just challenging their points. That's all we're doing, brother.
That's fine.
I've been
I
on hood
don't I don't
conservative
think that's
panels.
what happened.
So
I think the
talking about he's
conversation
over
got
here.
led in the direction the women wanted it to go in. And then
Facts.
men said we challenged their points. I'm like, no, you challenge their points by saying they're full of shit.
You're full of shit.
It's
I
I've
know
been
that.
full of
but
shit. I know this, but I'm right.
but here's the
Okay, so you're
thing.
full of shit.
I
So
can't eat. I
are you the
can't
pot
Sherelle.
calling the kettle black?
No, Sherelle, I can't sit up here and eat off of what JB does. I can't sit up here and say, well, JB's done this, conservatives did this, we did this. Yeah, therefore men, yeah, we rock. No, I gotta go out and build my own. But y'all
We
women,
can't
y'all
even hear
just sit
you.
there and seal clap off of what other women do.
But that's what y'all are doing.
I
If we're
got my
Y'all
own
having
just
a
business. The
general
fuck?
off of
men
who?
conversation, that's exactly
That's
what
My
you're
what
own
you've
doing.
business
been
off
saying the
myself.
whole time.
Another black successful business story off myself, off my own money, off grinding,
I'm so
building,
happy for you.
buying,
I quit.
I'm so happy for you.
Congratulations.
investing in myself,
See,
Congratulations.
self-made.
The
What are you talking
conversation,
about?
ladies, the question that the men
Sherelle,
were posing
whatever my
before you
last
ladies
name
got got up here. Yeah, Sherelle, you are a lady, are you not? Okay, maybe not.
No,
Whatever.
I'm not a
The
lady. I'm a
question,
man.
Fair enough. I'll rock with you either way. You can
Sherelle, you
trans
ain't no
all you
bad
want.
looking boy.
You
You ain't
can
no bad
trans
looking
all
boy,
you want. If
Sherelle.
you want to transition, I'm not gonna fuck up your journey. I'm just trying to make this point. Before you got up here, before the ladies got up here, the men were posing a question amongst ourselves, saying, "What should men do?" And
The
the in
business
the
I mind, and you can leave alone.
no, what
What should
should
men
men
do?
do in this work climate where women are essentially weaponizing their position against men? And all I'm saying is the women that have presented themselves tonight make
That's
my point ever more clear that you have to treat them as enemies to a certain degree because they see you
Aaron. Am I
as
your enemy?
impediments. They see the men as
Aaron, I'm your
somehow
enemy.
an obstacle
Oh,
to the
okay.
things they want.
Nah, brother, I disagree. I've heard
So
I've heard patriarchy make a similar argument, bro. There's no world where I'm gonna see women as my enemy, bro. I'm sorry. Like it's
But
just
what
to me,
what do
it's
they
just never.
see
It's
you
not that
as is
deep.
the question. I'm not
That's not
asking
what he
you to do something
said.
impossible. I'm asking you what do they see you as? And if you accept that they see you as their enemy, how do you
You're not my
respond?
enemy, Aaron. I love you. You're my twin.
You
I
see?
think
See,
people
she
think
loves
that
you,
me
brother.
as
Don't
a
worry. Don't
successful
worry
man
about nothing. She loves you. Nothing bad
is
will ever
reasonable.
happen because she loves you. She just told you.
I told you, Sherelle, you ain't no bad looking boy.
Wait. So conservative. Let's dig into this real quick. Hey, Aaron, do you mind if I dig into this real quick, Aaron? Do you mind if I dig into this real quick?
Right.
Okay,
Right.
conservative. Let's dig into this real quick, conservative. Why do you think, or what solution you think we're gonna get by treating women as our enemies? Like, I really actually want to hear this argument.
Something like maybe as much as they've gotten by treating men as their enemy. What I
Can
mean
you be
is the
specific?
women have been waging a war against men for a long time, and men can't win a war they refuse to fight.
I don't think there's a war though.
Wait, but can you provide
The
specifics
men
though?
who
Because I
win
don't
still
like
winning.
give
Just
me.
because you losing don't mean other people
Wait, hold
winning.
up.
Jonathan
Let me just.
wins in real life.
Conservative. Can
Okay.
you provide specifics? Like, what does that actually look like in practice? Treating like what would me treating women as my enemy? What would that look like?
Well, when I say, for example, something as simple as don't just believe women when they tell you something is going on, you should be fucking suspicious. Yeah, just because she's a girl, right? Fuck it. Yeah, I'm misogynist, I'm sexist, so what? Because you know what? They are equally, if not more, misandrist and sexist when they approach these issues with men. That's just how it goes. And we've seen so many examples of these things playing out when it's these videos of like a guy in the street getting abused and beat up and yelled at by his woman. Everybody points and laughs. But if it's a guy walking down the street and he raises his voice at a woman, people will be ready to jump in. Cars stop. Motherfuckers get out. They stop their work day to go rescue this bitch. And so my whole point is, if you treat them the exact same way they treat you, you would get a different result. But men are accustomed to playing the game from the bottom. And it's like, bro, that's just not how you win. You can't win a game if you refuse to even engage on any level, but somehow you want to actually be in this game. Yeah, of course they're going to have more and more because you refuse to do anything. And you believe them every time they call you a liar. Every time they say you do something, you be like, well, maybe I did something.
Yeah. Okay. So, man, there's a lot there to unpack, brother. So, okay. There really is a lot there. All right. So, let me ask you this. Do you believe that the majority, like if you had to put a number on it, do you actually believe that the majority of women actually see you as, see men as their enemies?
I would argue,
Yes.
judging by recent movements on social media, judging by the nature and the history of feminism in general. I mean, frankly, feminism as a concept, it
Wait.
was
Can you answer
always
the
built
question?
on
Can you answer the
lies.
question?
So I'm
Yes.
answering the question
Yes.
and giving the reasons why I believe this, because
So your
women
answer
have
is
given you
yes?
so many examples that they see men as obstacles. They
Okay,
see
JP,
but
he didn't
what do you
say
think
yes.
this
even in
whole
the
thing
examples
about
you
being
took,
anti? What do you
conservative,
think this whole thing about being against the patriarchy means? You think the patriarchy
conservative,
is some random guy? No, the patriarchy
conservative.
is your dad. It's your brother. It's the dude
Okay,
that you just dated. And so they see all
conservative.
these men as somehow against them.
Okay, conservative. Here's the problem with your argument, right? Even the examples you took, right? Because I'm just as annoyed with what these women are saying on social media and whatnot, just as like as you. And I'm against feminism and all that, right? But the problem with your argument is that when I ask you the majority question, you do realize that like most women are not on social media, you know, posting the shit that you're saying. Like that, it's a small minority, or I wouldn't even say it's a small minority, but it's a small percentage, right, of women that are of the loud. It's a loud minority, I should say, right, of women that are online posting the things they're posting and making the claims they're making. This is not to say that, you know, a lot of women don't believe those things. I'm just making the point that if you're going to use that, right, as your
So
evidence,
do they
right,
believe it
that
or
doesn't.
not? See, don't skip past that part,
Wait.
bro.
It's not a.
It's
My
one
point
thing to
is you're
say it's
using
a
that
social media
conservative. You're using.
phenomena, but it's another thing to say that you might even believe that a lot of women believe it. Do you accept that or not? A
Conservative,
lot of
missed my
women
point. You
believe
missed my
this.
point. Conservative, you missed
What
my
are they
point. My
saying?
point is that if you're going, that's what you're using as your evidence, right? You're using social media. You're using feminism, right? But ultimately, is that actually representative of women enough for you to make the claim that they view us as enemies, right? Because that's
Okay,
a strong that's a strong claim to make, right? That's another half
social
of the
media is
population.
just one social media is just one element. I actually put this whole thing under the umbrella of feminism and this
Okay, even with
concept of like
feminism,
the
is that enough?
patriarchy.
Even with feminism, right? Listen, they're literally the other half of our population. So if you make the claim that they view us as their enemies, right? Is feminism and social media, do you actually believe that it's enough to say that
Let, let's
to make the claim about women in general?
let's get more intimate. Let's get a little bit more personal. I would argue that things like birth rate, things like marriage rates, divorce rates, and frankly the abortion issue in and of itself puts men and women in oppositional roles because it's not her baby she's aborting.
Man, okay, so we can't make these arguments, brother. Like this is again, I'm not saying there's not
These are
issues
not
with it being
singular,
no,
insular
but you
issues.
use bro,
These are a giant
you use the
plethora
word
of
enemies,
issues.
right?
It's not any one thing. It's not
But
just
you
any
use the
one
word
thing.
enemies.
This is a
You use the
whole bouquet of fucked up things that women are just casually willing to do. And it's like, well,
right, but you're
so
using the
they
word
love us,
enemies to
right?
Hey, all
describe
right,
this.
all right, all right, all right. You guys are not getting anywhere, so I will try to balance this out. It
Okay.
it doesn't necessarily benefit men to view women as their enemies. However, it is fair to say that women are growing up viewing men as their competition, and
Yep.
I don't believe women believe in healthy competition. I think that's typically a man thing. It's fair for him to make the assessment to say that women look at men as their enemies, especially how they're raised now to compete against him. It's a natural development that you can view it that way. But we obviously wouldn't
Enemies,
say.
Aaron?
You said, yeah. If you think about it as uh naturally, most men believe that they're above women, right? Whether they're willing to say it out loud or not is their choice, right? But most men believe that, right? Women understand it in their core of them, but they're not willing to submit to it unless they're beaten to a pulp. But they're willing to take advantage of the men that they can beat to prove that they're not below men. So reasonably so, women do operate in a viewpoint that a man is going to be in the way of my success, not typically another woman. They
Thank
look
you.
at men. They look at men as the epitome of success. They don't look at other women like that. And you can just use even my the panel me and Cheeky did when Deborah Lee said there was no women role models back then and things like that. They view men that way, and we haven't seen that much involvement of what women role models are. Because if you ask women, who are your role models, who are your mentors, and they'll lie if they want and say things like anecdotal, super anecdotal, like, oh, you wouldn't know them, they're my next door neighbor, da 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 da, and or then they'll jump to Beyonce or stuff like that. So reasonably so, it's fair to say that women see the men as their target to either beat to prove that they are something. Now, I'm not saying that's concrete, but I can understand his point of when he
Wait,
said,
but Aaron, here's the discrepancy
Aaron,
though. What you're describing is an opponent, right? And there's actually a clear hold up. There's a clear
Yeah,
differentiator
but
between an enemy and an opponent.
no. I agree, but I don't think women have the ability to have
You're giving a moral distinction now.
healthy competition with people. That's a man thing for me and you to have healthy competition. I don't think that's amongst women. Now, they may be trying, they may be adapting, but I don't think that's normal of women.
Here's the evidence. Here's the evidence of what you're saying and why you and I are right. We just talked about when I probably first got on this panel, I think you guys were talking about this phenomena of women lying on men in the workplace. That's unheard of in male culture. Men don't really lie on women just to get them up out of a certain position. Just because you hurt my feelings one day, because you didn't give me none, I'm gonna lie on you and get you fired. Like that's very almost 100%. I would say 90% female nature. That's just not how men go. A man is more likely to attack you physically than to go on a whisper campaign and try to get you canned from your job. He's more likely to do something real and concrete in the real world than to try to attack your reputation in the hopes that bad things happen to you. So that the way women play the game is just completely different from the way men play the game. But this argument that women that men and women, what I'm saying is men don't even go on the attack against women wholesale, period.
But see,
that's a thing that women do against men. There is no phenomena of men weaponizing anything in the workplace against women.
Conservative, that what you just said. No, well, hold up. What you just said, conservative. Yes, it happens. We were talking about it, right? But the thing is that that's actually not proof that women view men as enemies, because women do it to each other, bro. It's not about men. It's just women.
I never said women had morals. I never said they had morals and allies. I just said that they do it to us.
Conservative. Damn, let me just finish the point, right? Because you're using this as example to women actually viewing men as enemies, and the real issue is that women actually like to weaponize shit, and they do it both to men and women. Women do this all the time to women as well.
So I thought it was about egalitarianism, which is about equal opportunity, but they want equal outcomes. And the question was asked earlier about, is it about dominating and controlling? And I think yes.
And not only is it about that, just because they refuse to admit it doesn't mean you back off the point.
Wait, but conservative, I'm just pointing out that what you said, you used it as evidence that women view us as enemies, and I'm simply pointing out that actually has nothing to do with us being men. It's just it has to do with women knowing how to manipulate and weaponize.
Even if I accept your premise, it wouldn't change the reality of the situation.
Stop. So, JB, how do you think women view men that they're not sleeping with in a competitive world?
Their opponent.
In the way.
I don't agree with that. I think they can look at other women and view them as an opponent, but women know they're at a disadvantage when they engage with men. So there's no possible way that they look at them the same way they look at women opponents. So it may be true, but there has to be a variable of the style in which opponent they see us as.
I think it depends on. I think it's on a case by case basis, and the reason I say this is because if it's a woman that feels like, let's say, because a lot of women feel that they've been slighted, doesn't mean it's true. But if they feel like, okay, I've been slighted, right? Then now she goes from viewing you as an opponent to somebody she just needs to find a way to crush you, right? As her enemy. That's a very different.
And they have
wait, Aaron, where do you think I'm wrong?
JB, before you go on, they have whole
now they're enemies.
Channels.
Okay,
I'm not saying you're wrong.
No. Wait, see, conservative. I'm not saying now they're enemies, bro. I'm speaking. I provided the context to what I said, right? I'm saying if the woman feels that she's been slighted, right? Which, by the way, most people would do that. If you feel like you've been slighted, you go from looking at somebody as friendly competition, right, to I need to crush you, right? It just turns out that women are way more manipulative, way more sneaky, right? And way more willing to weaponize shit that a lot of times men are not willing to do.
All right, let me try this. Let me.
What is that, JB?
Stop. Let me try this. Snuggles, stop trolling us. Okay, so let's try this, JB. When black men say white men are the enemies because they are the. Can you fill in that blank?
What?
The oppressors?
The oppressors. Do women view men as their oppressors?
A lot of women do, yeah.
Maybe white men.
Oh no! Stop!
Right.
Stop doing that. It's reasonable to take that thought process and extrapolate it and go, if they are saying men oppressed us and we're smart enough to know it wasn't me and JB and all the rest of the black men and the Indian man and the
No,
Asian.
no, Aaron, Aaron,
Black men never oppress
Aaron,
nobody.
we're actually agreeing. We're actually agreeing
That
because
was that
that's the
white woman, but
scenario.
what they do
That's
is
the
they live
scenario. That's the
vicariously
scenario
through
where she
her.
felt.
Oh
That's the scenario where she's felt slighted. That's the scenario right there, right? Because if you
Terrell,
feel
you
like
know you got to talk
they've
over
oppressed you,
somebody
you
to
feel
be heard.
slighted.
Yeah, yes, but
So we're agreeing.
I really don't.
But the problem is they're
Not as a man.
knowledgeable enough to know that black men have nothing to do with that. But in conversation, because they're not they're not honorable, worthy. I guess you would say
You
opponents.
know what you know what you want to say, bro. Just come on. You know you can't trust them.
Please come on and say it.
So because they're not honor worthy opponents, they'll say, "Well, this is a patriarchy. Y'all man got all the power." And they actually factually know that black men don't, and they
Never
still
did.
use that in arguments. So,
Right, but that's why I was saying, like, why are y'all
No,
even
I
having
know,
this?
I know why you were saying
Because you all aren't the ones.
Yeah,
Oh
yeah,
my
yeah. So your point is we need to. So your point is we should shut up
Right.
and
No,
get
so
out the
here's the
way.
thing.
Exactly.
I'm sorry, Aaron. I'm sorry, but like that was the point I was making before, and you told me I couldn't bring that in.
I understood the point before you even said it. I know, and I'm not saying you're wrong, and I'm not saying you're right. You have to substantiate it. I'm not
And
going
it's
to do it
been-
for you. But what I said, the conversation in context, we were not. You moved it from. Let's not even talk about that. Let's just jump to this point. But so if we had to talk
Because
about,
you're a relevant man talking.
So Aaron, here's what this comes down to, right? Like listen, the nuance you're providing, I think is actually important because the nuance you're providing, I think is important, right? My issue is this: is that I just cannot imagine a world where I'm walking around looking at the other half of the population as my enemy.
I don't.
I can't see it. I'm sorry. Like it's hard for me to actually just walk around and look at women and think.
Listen, JB, I get it. I don't do that,
Bro,
but I'm smart
nobody
enough
said
to
grab
know.
your guns, bro.
I'm smart enough to know and reasonable enough to know that hood conservative could be right when he says they may look at us that way. And
No
I'm not saying
con,
that
just
it's
heard.
true, but there's enough points out there to be like,
I don't know. Because
We
I
here,
think like,
we here,
because
and the
men
women
are
are saying
in
the women. I don't
power.
look at y'all as no enemy.
I think because men are in power, a lot of times women will try to, the women who have risen enough to maybe have access to, getting into those positions of power, will try to like ingratiate themselves into that circle. Now, the problem comes in if, things don't go her way, then she might use whatever she's learned to like weaponize it against the men. But I think initially women try to go in and get along and fit in with the men at the top in order to try to climb the ranks. How would you know,
This lady literally told me the other day. We were talking about some separate shit.
But you aren't one of those men at the top, so it doesn't matter
this
what she
lady
told
right
you.
here. This lady right here. Right here. Had a conversation with me the other day and wanted to end it with, do you know you're the most least desirable man in the world? Me personally? Okay. How do we get there? They want to dominate and control. She's trying her best to try to figure out how to do this right here. That's why she keep giggling in the background.
Well, Nidish. This is how it is, right? This is what I
don't
see.
think they're coming in thinking you're an enemy to them. I think initially they will try to ingratiate themselves, right, and try to be in the good old boys club. Now, if it don't work out for them, then they might try to, weaponize something against you. But
Yeah, if you don't give her everything she wants, she'll burn your house down.
Because we know
we've
that
all
y'all
seen
have
that
power.
movie before.
She won't burn this.
We've all seen that movie before. You don't give her everything she wants. She'll put your rabbit. Remember that movie where she killed the dude rabbit and put it in a pot? Like
she will be
penalized. This is
sir.
This is what they're on. So.
We have reached the end of the show. Gotta go. We got to get up out of here. Okay. I appreciate everybody that came out and participated. I hope y'all like my nice, strong, dark, deep voice. It makes me feel so much more of a man, you know, make me feel taller too. I'm 7'9" at this point. All right. I have all the attributes of a very, very big, tall man. Okay. I just want y'all to know that's how I feel with this voice. We're going to have to pick apart this conversation because a lot came out of it and a lot we can take and a lot we're going to throw away, right? I don't know about men, women, enemies. So I could understand how some men can see that women view them as enemies. I'm not saying it's factual, but I can see why men can correlate that. I always appreciate the conversation and the people that are willing to have it in these contentious environments. It makes for good show, and also it's a lot of fun. Shout out to the chat because y'all the most dangerous chat around outside of Cheeky chat because it's a whole lot of terrorists over there. But we appreciate y'all and stop making Cheeky rage quit because he's trying to have constructive conversations, intellectual conversations, and then you guys are driving him crazy. Okay. We appreciate y'all, but we got more work to do tonight. There's not a lot of days off. And so I do believe women are very, very phenomenal. I keep a lot of phenomenal women around. As you can see, they are very intelligent. And I don't take that for granted. I only talk about the bad women. I make that very clear often. I don't like bad women. I only like the good ones. And Q's just messy. That doesn't mean she's bad. Like I said, we appreciate y'all. We're going to get up out of here. See you on the next.